Chapter 10:20. The giant looked at Swashowduo and frowned. This. Young friend, is it convenient to talk now? Yes, it's convenient. Heavenly Spirit Forest. Where is that? Swashowduo asked, why does it sound so unfamiliar? The giant's mottled face showed a trace of sadness. Heavenly Spirit Forest is the place of the spirit race. Spirit race? You're not tree demons or monster race. Swashowduo was really shocked. Of course, he had heard of the spirit race. As one of the 9 native races of the astral souls, the spirit race, the Wu people, the Tao League, and the human race were all part of the astral souls. But didn't the spirit race leave the astral souls after the exile? Why was there still a spirit race here? And this was the territory of the Wu people. And why would the Umno Alliance allow the spirit race to occupy such a large territory in the Umno Alliance? He had never heard of other races in the Umno Alliance before. This matter was indeed a little unexpected. The giant's big watery eyes stared at Swashowduo. Swashowduo couldn't help but take a step back. After all, the giant's eyes were much bigger than his head. In the giant's watery eyes, he could clearly see his own reflection. It was even clearer than a mirror. Swashowduo could even look into the giant's eyes and see little acne on his face. His hair had already turned white. He could squeeze it out now. He suddenly had the urge to squeeze the acne on the giant's eyes. Of course, he couldn't do that. If he sprayed the acne into the giant's eyes, the giant would probably go crazy. Tree demons. Monster race. No, young friend, you're wrong about us. Very wrong. We're not monster race, we're spirit race. Tree demons are not the same as us. Cough, where did you come from? Why do you want to hurt us? The giant stared at Chu Yunqing in confusion. Our spirit race has always been at peace with the rest of the world. Even though we've been living in the Wu people's territory for thousands of years, we've never interfered with each other. But you. Swashowduo said with a wronged expression, would you believe me if I said I was thrown here? The giant hesitated for a moment. Its huge eyeballs spun like wheels before it said in a simple and honest manner, I do. Swashowduo was speechless. Believing everything he said. Was he that gullible? What do you want to do here? What can you do? The giant asked. The surrounding giants looked at Swashowduo curiously. It was a rare sight. Some vines even fluttered in the air. It seemed like they had the urge to touch Swashowduo. 2-legged beasts, how rare. What was that? It was so small. But why isn't there any tree bark on his body? This was too unsightly. The giant who was talking to Swashowduo rolled his eyes and stopped the curious clansmen around him. Swashowduo was speechless. I really didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by a super strong cultivator. I don't even know where this place is. Why would I take the initiative to come here? All the surrounding giants nodded in unison. They had an expression that said, what you said makes sense. We understand everything now. Then the giant nodded in understanding and asked, then why did you come here? Swashowduo was on the verge of collapse. He realized that these big guys' brains weren't that good. They kept asking the same question over and over again, explaining each time and asking in a different way. Can't you guys think for a second? No, I didn't want to come here. I was thrown here by someone. Swashowduo said helplessly, do you understand? He had an urge to go crazy. For the first time in his life, he understood what it meant to meet a soldier. All the giants nodded in unison. Around Swashowduo, 7 or 8 heads nodded furiously. There were actually a lot of giants gathered here. There were at least a few hundred of them, but Swaxiao Duo could only see 7 or 8 of them at the front. The rest were all blocked by the giants. Those 7 or 8 heads surrounded him. They were no different from the thickest wall. Then when are you leaving? The giant in front of him asked honestly. I want to leave now, Swaxiao Duo said. Then you can't leave now. The giants shook their heads together. You heard us. You can't just leave like this. Then what do you want? Swaxiao Duo asked. The giants looked at each other. Their little fingers, which were as thick as Swaxiao's butt, scratched their heads like a saw. Then, they looked confused and shook their heads together. You don't know what you want. And you're asking me this question. The giants were dumbfounded. They continued to scratch their heads in confusion. Crack, 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 dot. Swaxiao Duo sighed and used his hand to prop up his head. He weakly leaned on the thick and soft armchair. He truly felt that he had been treated courteously, and there would definitely be no conflict. This group of big guys didn't look like they were the type to fight. They probably wouldn't be able to get into a fight. But these big guys were all one-track minded. There was no way to communicate with them. I knocked a hole out of you. Yes, I admit it. But what can I do? You don't expect me to repair the hole, do you? If you were a human, would heal you, but you are a tree. I don't know how to heal trees. If you could give me some suggestions, I would have some room to bargain. But you don't give me any direction. What do you want me to do? I might as well fight to my heart's content. Swaxiao Duo leaned weakly on the chair. His whole body was paralyzed. The giants stared at each other in confusion. Why did this two-legged beast suddenly stop talking? Let us think about the problem. If we could think about it, why would we ask you? This two-legged beast was a little unreasonable. He was also a little dumb. What should I do to deal with this guy? What a headache. I've never encountered such a situation before. I have no place to learn from. Let him go. That would be a loss. Not let him go. Then what should I let him do? At this moment, an elegant voice said with a smile, Okay, okay. Don't make things difficult for this little friend. Let him come over. I'll ask him. This voice was very smooth and pleasant to the ear. It had a strange rhythm. Not only did Swaxiao Duo and the giants understand it, but it seemed that even the dense grass on the ground understood it. They actually shook neatly. Swaxiao Duo stared and saw a layer of dense grasshopper plants on the ground. The giants looked as if they had been pardoned and hurriedly stepped aside to make a path. Then, everyone exerted their strength. The green halos flickered one by one. The 2 vines on the armchair that Swaxiao Duo was sitting on grew all the way under it. They carried Swaxiao Duo and grew crazily. They actually grew for more than 2,000 meters and steadily carried the armchair that Swaxiao Duo was sitting on to the front of a flower bed. They actually forgot that Swaxiao Duo could walk on his own. They obediently grew Swaxiao Duo over. Swaxiao Duo looked around. The surrounding trees were shady, and the sky was completely covered. Below, there was a flower bed. The flowers in the flower bed were like satin, blooming brightly. It was extremely dazzling. Immediately after, the completely intact flower wall suddenly split into 2 without a sound in the field of flowers as far as the eye can see. There was an entrance. Swaxiao Duo looked around and saw that there was a flower room inside. It was a flower room made completely of flowers. A white-robed old man with white hair, white beard, and white eyebrows was looking at Swaxiao Duo with a smile. Young friend, you have come from afar. What a rare guest. Please come in and have a chat. The old man's voice was clear and elegant. It made people feel comfortable from the bottom of their hearts. Xiao Duo stood at the entrance of the flower bed. He frowned and said uncertainly, "Spirit race?" The old man smiled faintly and nodded. "Yes, I am from the spirit race. In fact, I may be the only pure-blooded spirit race person in this world." He looked at Xiao Duo and said, "If I am not wrong, although this is the continent of the Wu people, you are a human and not a Wu people." "Yes, I am a human." Xiao Duo was very polite and said obediently, "Senior, nice to meet you." After confirming the other party's identity, he immediately changed his attitude. Just by listening to the old man's words, he knew that this old man was an old monster who had lived for who knew how many years. His strength was absolutely terrifying. At the very least, he was at the level of a current giant. At the very least, with his current strength, he definitely could not deal with him. Not to mention that he had the entire forest behind him. How could he be a match for him with his weak arms and weak legs? Since he was not strong enough, he had to be obedient. Therefore, Xiaoduo's mouth was immediately smeared with honey. Senior's style is truly admirable. Good style, good manners. Just by looking at you, Senior, I can already imagine how outstanding the spirit race was back in the day. It is a pity that this junior was born a few 100,000 years too late. It is a pity that I was not able to witness the spirit race's style. As he spoke, he walked quickly into the flower bed. After Xiao Duo entered, the flowers on the left side of the entrance automatically closed and covered the entrance. Then, Xiao Duo found that the place he was in had changed its appearance. It was no longer a simple flower bed. At this moment, what came into view was a very ordinary-looking farmyard. There were 3 thatched cottages, a courtyard, mud walls, a small door, and even a small toilet. In the courtyard, there was a small tea table with a small teapot and 2 small teacups on it. Only the old man in white looked the same as before. He was making tea and entertaining guests. Opposite the old man, there was a small chair. "Honorable guest, please sit." The old man had a kind expression. His white eyebrows almost reached the corners of his mouth. They fluttered in the wind, looking extremely elegant. Xiao Duo smiled kindly and innocently. He sat across from the old man and said, "Senior, what is your name? You're really in a good mood, spending your days leisurely in this forest by yourself. This kind of carefreeness, this kind of self-cultivation, this kind of temperament. I admire you to the extreme." Chapter 10:21. He gave a thumbs up and said, "You're a wise man with great magnanimity. This is how it should be, how it should be. I'm really envious of you." The old man chuckled and said, "Since you're so envious, why don't you stay here with me and spend your days leisurely? Wouldn't that be great?" "Aw." Xiao Duo was dumbfounded and shook his head like a rattledrum. No, I'm still young. How can I live such a life? Please don't make fun of me." The old man smiled faintly and said, "You're right. You're still very young." It was clearly a very common phrase, but this old man actually made it sound very meaningful and lingered in the air. Xiao Duo smiled but didn't say anything else. "Distinguished guest, please have some tea." The old man picked up the teapot and poured tea. There was a nostalgic look in his eyes as he said slowly, "Since I can remember things, you're the second person to come here." Xiao Duo picked up the teacup and thanked him first. "Thank you very much. Good tea. I wonder who your first guest is." Cough, cough. "What tea is this?" The moment the tea entered his mouth, Xiaoduo's face changed greatly. His eyes widened and were full of disbelief. The tea flowed down his throat, into his stomach, and then into his stomach. Sua Xiaoduo only felt that his whole body had fallen into a state of laziness. Then, the feeling spread from his meridians to his meridians. It was an indescribable comfort and smoothness. This was a completely unfamiliar energy. At least, Sua Xiaoduo had never seen it before. It wasn't spiritual power, mental strength, or vitality. It wasn't any of the known forms of energy, but it was an extremely special and beneficial energy. At this moment, Sua Xiaoduo was so comfortable that he almost moaned. He tried his best to hold it back, but he could still clearly feel that his meridians were nourished by the warm energy of the tea. Even many peripheral nerves, which should have been worn out or slow due to cultivation, were all revitalized at this moment. Although this kind of energy was completely foreign and unknown, it was obviously filled with great benefits. Sua Xiaoduo licked his lips and smacked his lips. The way he looked at the teapot suddenly became heated. The old man smiled faintly and said, "These are just some small trinkets. Please accept them as a token of my respect. If you find them acceptable, why don't you take some with you when you leave?" "All right." Sua Xiaoduo agreed without hesitation, and did not hold back at all. "Such good things, even if you give me more, I won't complain about it. Only a hypocrite would pretend to be polite. I won't pretend to be hypocritical. If you give me something, I'll accept it." The old man pondered for a moment, then lowered his head and continued to make tea. A sad look gradually appeared on his face as he said, "Young friend, you must have come this time because of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong, right?" Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. His expression became more respectful as he said, "You even know about this. You are indeed an expert and knowledgeable senior." The old man shook his head gently. His face was full of indescribable melancholy as he said, "I knew it. This is what we agreed on back then. What we agreed on back then." This time, Sua Xiaoduo was even more shocked. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This old man made an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong today. Is this possible? But if this old man was telling the truth, then how old was this old man in front of him? More than tens of thousands of years old. Maybe hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. This old man's lifespan is too long. The old man smiled faintly. The melancholy on his face only appeared for a moment before it quickly disappeared. He poured another cup of tea for Sua Xiaoduo. His white eyebrows moved slightly as he said calmly, "Young friend, since you have received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance and came here personally, you don't have to leave in a hurry. I wonder if you are interested in listening to a story while sipping your tea?" "Senior, this junior is all ears." Sua Xiaoduo responded even more obediently. He sat in an extremely well-behaved manner with his shoulders and back straight. In the face of this old monster. A super old monster who had the status and qualifications to make an appointment with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong and was still alive until now, the only things Sua Xiaoduo could do was to be as obedient as possible. He couldn't afford to offend this old man. This old man was very likely the first person in the 3 continents under the starry sky that he couldn't afford to offend, right? Previously, there was a person in charge of the Wu people who came to this place. He was also the first person I mentioned, and his name was Hong Miao. This person was able to come here by chance. He lost his way during his training and came here by chance. At that time, Hong Miao was only a young man, and his strength was only a so-so. The old man said calmly, "He went deep into the forest and was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. He was severely injured and panicked. He accidentally entered the heavenly spirit forest and was sent here by those big guys. Then, he received Zhu Wu's inheritance from me. He felt that the sword Dao was lacking in murderous aura, and it was difficult for it to be compatible with him. Thus, he collected the essence of the void from me and made 2 big hammers before he left. Since then, no one else has entered the heavenly spirit forest until now. Compared to you, Hong Miao was able to come here because of fate. He was driven into a corner not because of his ability, but because of his luck. But you, my young friend, belong to the restriction that was agreed upon long ago. After you received Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance, you were sent here. The old man smiled faintly and said, therefore, the 2 of you are very different. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. Hong Miao. Who was Hong Miao? Logically speaking, someone who was able to obtain such a peerless heavenly fate and leave this old man's place with great gains should not be an ordinary person. He should be famous. However, no matter how hard Sua Xiao Duo searched through his memories, read any books, and heard of countless legends, he still couldn't find any trace of Hong Miao being related to him. The only reasonable guess was that the old man had mentioned 2 big hammers just now, so this Hong Miao should be famous for his big hammers. Could he be the invincible Great Flood Sorcerer? However, this was only Sua Xiao Duo's guess. There was no evidence to prove it. Naturally, he wouldn't say it out loud. He just pretended to casually pick up his teacup and drink his tea respectfully. He took advantage of the old man openly and continued to listen to the story. It's been a long time, really a long time. The old man raised his head slightly, as if he was deep in thought and reminiscing. Sua Xiao Duo suddenly thought of something and blurted out, Hong Miao went deep into the forest and finally entered the heavenly spirit forest because he was chased by the masters of the demon clan and the demon clan. There are still demon clan and the demon clan in this forest. The old man's thoughts were interrupted by his words. He frowned and said, isn't this a very normal thing? You. Don't be impatient. I'll sort out what happened back then. It's really too long ago. It's a little blurry. As he spoke, he glanced at Sua Xiao Duo and said, be quiet. Don't interrupt. Sua Xiao Duo nodded obediently and sat upright. He picked up his teacup and drank his tea cutely with a serious face. That was 100,000. 20. No, how many years ago? It's really too blurry. The old man calculated and finally gave up. He said, days pass here. Sometimes, I sleep for a few years or even decades. I have little contact with the outside world. I really don't know how many years have passed. There's no time in the mountains, and time passes in the forest. His words were full of disappointment. Sua Xiao Duo secretly clicked his tongue and drank his tea obediently. He said, that's not important. You have a long life. Time passes by. It's just a trivial matter. The old man nodded. That's right. It's not important. It's really trivial. I remember that time. I suddenly gained spiritual intelligence. It was His Majesty Spirit Emperor who casually enlightened me. The old man said, I still remember that after His Majesty enlightened me, the first thing I heard when I gained spiritual intelligence was His Majesty Spirit Emperor's faint surprise. He said, hey, this grasshopper plant has such a strong fate. It's really unexpected. Gulp. Sua Xiao Duo almost spat out the mouthful of tea with great willpower. He forcefully swallowed it down, causing his stomach to churn for a while. He almost laughed out loud. Grasshopper plant. If I'm not wrong, it should be purslane. The original body of this kind old man in front of me is actually this. You really can't judge a book by its cover. The sea can't be measured with a pint pot. However, whether it's grasshopper plant or purslane, they should be the most common and common wild vegetables, right? Well, it's probably because he gained wisdom overnight, plus countless years of training and tempering. Isn't there a saying that standing in the wind, pigs can also fly. Xiao Duo looked obedient on the surface, but his mind was filthy. I still remember that back then, it was a great war between the 9 races. They attacked each other, causing the world to lose its color and the sun and moon to dim. The old man said, full of memories, first, it was the dragons, phoenixes, Chilans, and 3,000 demon gods. They fought so hard that the world was worried and the living creatures were silent. Later on, the demon race took advantage of the situation and rose. The 2 demon emperors unified the demon court and called themselves the Heavenly Court. They stood above all the other races and looked down on their peers. Compared to the demon race, who was at the peak of their power, the other races were indeed slightly weaker, or more than one level. For example, the demon race rashly intervened in the Dragon Han calamity. Countless elites of their race died, but they were not angry that the demon race stood at the peak of the heavens. They fought with the demon race and were the most miserable. They were almost beaten to a pulp. Only the Tao race could contend with them. As for the others, even the Western race was defeated repeatedly and did not dare to invade the borders again. After that war, the spirit race retreated into the forest of 10,000 spirits and hid from the world. Then, the Wu people fought against the heavens with the earth and fought with the demon race for the lead of the world. They really fought until the world was shattered and the sun and moon withered. Then, for some reason, the demon race, the Western race, the spirit race, the soul race, the human race, and others were also involved. At the start of the war, this old man was only a small blade of grass that had just gained sentience. But one day, just as the spirit race was about to enter the war, His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, suddenly summoned me. At that time, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor was with Water Wizard Lord Gonggong and Earth Wizard Lord Hudu. Chapter 1022. Lord Spirit Emperor. Lord Zhu Wu Gonggong. Lord Zhu Wu Hudu. Sua Xiao Duo was filled with respect when he heard that. His mouth was dry, and he could not help but drink another large cup of water to suppress his shock. His back could not help but straighten. The old man's gaze was very distant as he slowly said, so it was these 3 supreme beings who worked together to calculate the calamity of this battle. It was a calamity of the world, a calamity of the earth. However, they were powerless to break the situation because even the 3 of them were trapped in the calamity and couldn't escape. Their own luck had already merged with the great calamity. At that time, the Demon Emperor's 10th prince was wreaking havoc in the world, causing suffering and suffering. The Wu people were already secretly plotting to eliminate him in one fell swoop. However, eliminating the 10th prince would definitely arouse the Demon Emperor's anger. Once the Demon Emperor was angry, the world would definitely be turned upside down. This battle would eventually turn into a catastrophe, causing the world to be reshuffled. In order to stop the source of this catastrophe, Lord Water's shaman had already quarreled with the Fire's shaman many times. But in the end, he could not stop it. The entire Wu people were united in fighting. War with the demon race was already imperative. The only difference was whether it was sooner or later. Water Shaman and Lord Zhu Wu Hudu pried into the secrets of the heavens. After paying a huge price, they obtained a premonition that once the war began, all living beings would be plunged into misery and suffering, all races would be wiped out, and the earth would suffer a calamity. However, the other Zhu Wu Hudu thought that his strength was invincible in the world. He thought that using this battle to overthrow the demon court and rule the world was inevitable. He did not listen to the 2 Zhu Wu Hudu and insisted on fighting. It was also at this time that Lord Water and Lord Water secretly came to find His Majesty Spirit Emperor and told him a method. They hoped that the grass spirit of the Spirit clan, which was aloof from worldly affairs, would be involved in the great calamity. They would use the spiritual being with the weakest cultivation and the least backlash from the heavenly Tao to stir up this world-destroying calamity, hoping that the heavenly Tao would be merciful and leave a chance of survival. His Majesty's Spirit Emperor was silent for a long time before he finally agreed. However, he smiled and said, "Even so, the Spirit Clan and the Wu people will definitely be punished by the heavens for interfering with the heavenly Tao and messing with the heavenly Tao. In the future, I'm afraid the two races will not be able to survive." However, the Water Wizard and the ancestor of sorcery Hoodoo were very insistent. They said that as long as the human world survives and the world is not destroyed, living beings can reproduce, and all things can survive. What's wrong with you and me dying? The old man's eyebrows fluttered in the wind. His expression was one of frustration and apprehension, but most of it was one of excitement. These were the emotions that overflowed when he was reminiscing. Back then, as the weakest spiritual being in the world, it was actually able to meet the Supreme Emperor of its own race, as well as the almighty beings of other races. How could it not be nervous and excited? And then, Sua Xiao Duo was so engrossed in the story that he couldn't help but ask. After that, we worked together to formulate a plan. And then, the battle began. The old man sighed softly and said, "At the beginning of the battle, the god of war of the Wu people, Zhu Wu, the Great Yi, came out of the race. He used his body to manifest the will of the heavens, and his soul to incinerate the mysteries of the heavens. He stood above the clouds and stepped on the peak of Buzhou. He drew the bow of chaos and shot the heavenly arrows. He turned all his cultivation into 10 arrows, chasing the sun and setting the sun. Wherever the 10 arrows passed, they hit the target. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all shot down to the dust. The 10 arrows were mighty. They broke the demon's body, shattered the demon's soul, and destroyed the foundation. The 10 princes of the demon clan were all about to be killed on the spot. At the right time, the heavens and the earth were silent, and everything was silent. Sua Xiao Duo suddenly felt his blood boiling. He didn't dare to breathe and waited with bated breath. Wasn't this the legend of Yi shooting down the 9 suns? But according to the old man, the 10 arrows controlled the heavens and hit the target. Shouldn't the 10 suns be destroyed? How could there be one more day left? It was also at that time. When I was still a grass, I scattered all my spiritual energy in the vast heavens and earth. The land thousands of miles under Buzhou Mountain was full of my clones. Thousands of miles were boundless. There were wild grasses and grasshoppers everywhere. What's more, all the wild grasses and grasshoppers reversed their vitality and transported it to the extreme. They absorbed the power of the earth and bloomed toward the sky, deriving infinite vitality. With the infinite vitality as a screen, the last remnant souls of the 10 princes of the demon clan were able to shelter under my body. Even though Zhu Wu, the Great Yi, used the demon god's eye to search, he couldn't find the remnant souls of the 10 princes. In the end, he took the bow and left, but he didn't complete the task. The 10 princes of the demon clan survived because of this. But also because of this, the war of witches and demons broke out. The great tribulation of heaven and earth began, but it was no longer a calamity of destruction. There was a hint of vitality hidden in it. The old man's face was full of reminiscence. Before this, the 2 lords of water and earth promised me that I would live forever in the heavens and earth, and nothing would hurt me. I would be born when there was soil, and I would live when there was water. After that, the Demon King also promised me that as long as the heat didn't extinguish, the young fire wouldn't hurt me. He would benefit the world and benefit the people. At this point, the old man breathed a sigh of relief and fell into a trance. Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but think of the legend of porcelain among the people. This magical wild herb was so weak that it would break with a touch. Its roots were not developed, and its leaves and stems were like a bag of water. It could be said to be extremely weak. However, such a weak porcelain would not die no matter how hot the summer was. Even if it was pulled up by the roots and hung on a rope for a few days under the sun until it was like charcoal, as long as it was thrown on the ground and saw the soil, it would come back to life in a day or two and regain its green color. If it was nourished by rain, it could spread out a large area in a few days. Even if it was hung on a rope, as long as there was enough dust floating over, it could still survive if its roots were touched by it. It was really magical. It was said that during the famine years, this kind of wild herb was not poisonous and even had a lot of nutrients. It was enough to be eaten to alleviate hunger. No one knew how many lives it had saved. If it wasn't for the fact that it didn't taste good, it would have become a common dish on the table. Could it be that the real reason was the blessing given by the top leaders of the witches and demons? In the legend, the catastrophe of witches and demons was first triggered by that battle. The demon king knew that the Wu people blocked the heavenly secret and shot the princess, so he was furious. He launched the demon court to attack the Wu people. The war started. As for the sorcerer tribe, they were well prepared. A long and drawn-out great war of heaven and earth began. At first, the two sides were evenly matched. They fought fiercely until His Majesty Dong Huang suddenly entered the battle with a strange army. He killed Zhu Wu and Di Yi, causing the Wu people's 12 citadel heaven formation to be incomplete. The Wu people fell into a disadvantage, and the scales of victory began to tilt. Then, the princes of the spirits and demons were killed by a tyrannical force when they passed by a certain battlefield. The mastermind was vaguely pointed to the top leaders of the demon race. The Princess Royal of the Spirits and the third disciple of the Western Spirits, Golden Cicada, also died, causing the situation to become even more out of control. This led to a series of investigations, but for some reason, it turned into a war between the 9 races. A long and drawn-out war. In that war, not only did the most powerful Wu people and the demon race suffer great losses, the other races were almost completely wiped out. Our spirit race was no exception. His Majesty, the Spirit Emperor, was seriously injured by the Demon Empress. It is said that the top figures of each race, and many powerful figures, also fell in that war. In the end, all the races suffered great losses. They no longer had the power to reform the world. They could only retreat with hatred and recuperate. However, at that time, another unforeseen event occurred. In the end, the 6 races were separated from the continent and drifted in the stars. The old man sighed softly. This is what happened in the past. Sua Xiaoduo sensed that something was wrong. 6 races. Aren't there 8 clans? Because at that time, there were still 2 clans left. However, after an unknown number of years, just like the previous 6 clans, they split up and evolved into the 8 clans outside. However, after the Great War of the Shamans and Demons, only 6 clans left, or rather, were expelled. The old man smiled bitterly and said, "This is what I experienced. How can it be false?" Sua Xiaoduo suddenly felt dizzy. But it was because of this unforeseen event that I gained an extremely powerful fate. This is called the merit of saving the world. At that time, I didn't know the reason. After all, no matter how powerful the fate was, it was nothing to the weeds. But one day, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong suddenly came to find me. He pulled me out of the ground and brought me to Mount Buzhou. Sua Xiaoduo coughed. He felt that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong was really something. I came to find you, pulled you out of the ground, and left. If that's the case, you're lying in the ground while I'm standing. How can that be? On Mount Buzhou, Lord Zhu Rong used my soul as a guide to predict the future. After a while, he laughed and said, "I guessed right. This bunch of weeds of yours really has a great fate. In the future, it will spread to the whole world. It's really a powerful fate that can reach both the past and the present. Since that's the case, I need your help." The old man smiled bitterly and said, "At that time, I was held in the palm of Lord Zhu Rong's hand and exposed to the sun for 7 days and 7 nights. When I was dazed from the sun, he gave me something wrapped in true fire. And said, if I throw someone over, he'll be my successor. You have to give this to him. If there's no one, you have to swallow it yourself. Consider it my compensation for using your fate." Cough, cough, cough. Sua Xiaoduo coughed. He was really stunned by Zhu Rong's actions. Even if he was just listening, he was still dumbfounded. He even felt a little cramped. "You almost dried a bunch of weeds under the sun, and then threw a ball of fire onto it. And then you asked them to preserve this ball of fire for you. Let a bunch of withered weeds preserve a ball of true fire." Cough, cough. This action made Sua Xiaoduo's balls cramp. Even after it was preserved for a certain period of time and no one came to take it, this ball of fire will be used as compensation. How can a bunch of weeds swallow a ball of fire? This action is truly well understood. There's no one else in history who can do this. But the most ridiculous thing is that this bunch of weeds actually managed to preserve it until now. They're all talents. Sua Xiaoduo sighed. He prostrated himself in admiration. Chapter 1023. It had been kept until now. Didn't that mean that it was going to be handed over to him? Wait, if he didn't see it, the old man could swallow the genuine fire as compensation. Now that he had seen it, the genuine fire and its contents would be handed over to him. But didn't that mean that he would have to pay for it? Sua Xiaoduo was indeed worthy of his reputation. His focus was always different from most people. When it came to the exchange of wealth, he would be particularly attentive. After all, he was a genuine Pishio, the kind that could only get in and not get out. The old man smiled bitterly. Master Zhu Rong really thinks highly of me. After all, I'm just a blade of grass. No matter how high my cultivation is, I'm still just a blade of grass. How could I swallow his genuine fire? How could he say that if no one came to find me, I would swallow it myself? I can only keep waiting for a very long time. Master Zhu Rong said that if no one came to find me and I couldn't swallow the fire, I would let the fire swallow me. The old man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't bear to look back. Ahem. Sua Xiaoduo also felt as if 10,000 divine beasts had just galloped through a public toilet after a rainstorm. Zhu Rong was really a genius. The old man sighed even more. It's not over yet. When it was finally over, Lord Zhu Rong threw me to the ground and left. We were in Mount Buzhou just now. How could I absorb the abundant power of the earth at will? It was a pity that I struggled for a long time and finally found some ordinary soil. After recovering my mobility, I used my soul power to wrap Lord Zhu Rong's true fire of inheritance. Later, as my cultivation improved day by day, I could finally try to use the power of Mount Buzhou and reproduce bit by bit at the foot of the mountain. However, when I returned to the flat ground, I didn't know how many years had passed. At that time, the battle of the liches and demons was coming to an end. I used the earth energy of Mount Buzhou and worked hard to improve myself. Finally, I was able to derive a little bit of genuine spirit energy and made contact with His Majesty Spirit Emperor. But His Majesty Spirit Emperor was already seriously injured at that time. He felt that the catastrophe between heaven and earth was coming to an end, and that there were more masters above the heavenly Tao coming. In the end, His Majesty Spirit Emperor told me that this time, the Spirit Clan was really going to leave this world. After that, in the vast starry sky, no one knew if they could return after thousands of years. But on this continent, there was still one last Spirit Clan descendant. At that time, I was still confused. I didn't realize that the last spirit clan descendant that His Majesty's Spirit Emperor was talking about was actually me. Spirit Emperor His Majesty said, "My child, you have saved the lives of hundreds of millions of people in this world, and you have done a lot of good deeds. You also have the favor of the Spirit Emperor, the blessings of the two ancestor magi, and now, you have the trust of Zhu Rong ancestor magi. Therefore, you can't leave. At that time, I'll leave this forest for you alone. You can wait there for your destined one. If you leave with us, it's because the heavenly Tao didn't mean it. If you don't leave, it's because there's a mission for you to wait. Then, you can wait." Then, His Majesty's Spirit Emperor left a few words for me and left. Now, I still remember them clearly. They were: "Don't leave, give birth to this world, and let the flowers of all worlds bloom." Sua Xiao Duo pondered over these words. He felt a little enlightened. But when he thought about it carefully, he didn't seem to understand anything. Since then, I've been here, constantly using the wind to spread my descendants. Until now, even I don't know how many descendants I have out there. Every year, I spread out billions of seeds. I just hope to achieve what His Majesty's Spirit Emperor said, "Let the flowers of all worlds bloom." The old man sighed softly. Sua Xiao Duo felt a surge of emotion in his chest. He couldn't help but say, "You've already done it. Your descendants have already spread across the 3 continents. Inside and outside the 7 seas, in the mountains and deserts. Under the heavens, wherever the sun shines, your descendants will be there. Even when the world was turned upside down, and the world was in great calamity, and people were in misery and suffering, your descendants not only lived for a long time, but also saved countless lives. It's far from enough to say that your descendants are in the hundreds of millions. Since ancient times, you've saved trillions of lives. You've benefited the world and helped the people. You've fully deserved it. You've also achieved the 'Let the flowers of all worlds bloom.'" Sua Xiao Duo said with admiration, "Your life's great wish has already been achieved. Now, many places in the outside world are flourishing. There's more and more food, and people don't have to eat porcelain anymore. But, your legend is still circulating among the people." The old man's eyes were filled with gratification. He said softly, "So, I'm called porcelain in the outside world. I didn't know until now that I've always known that I was called grasshopper." Sua Xiao Duo took a deep breath. "Although you and your descendants were not the only ones who saved the people during the famine, no one can take away your achievements and your good deeds. Sorry for the disrespect, big brother." Sua Xiao Duo bowed respectfully. It was only at this moment that this bow came from the bottom of his heart. Facing such an old man who had contributed to the people of the continent all his life, no one could not be respectful. Not even an inch. Never leave. Give birth to a lifetime. Let the flowers of all worlds bloom. Sua Xiaoduo's heart was in turmoil. It was indescribable. "It's my duty, it's my duty." The old man smiled kindly. "This is my mission. I'm only afraid that I haven't done enough." "How can I thank you?" "You've done enough. I believe that the people of the continent will remember you and thank you." Sua Xiaoduo said seriously, "I think that with what you've done, you should become a sage. You should become a sage." These 5 words made the old man's heart palpitate with fear. He trembled and his eyes widened. At this moment, the sound of thunder suddenly appeared in the 9 heavens. The rumbling sound of thunder rumbled in the clouds above the 9 heavens as if they were queuing up for a journey. It rumbled and rolled across the sky until a very long time later before it slowly disappeared. The human world was once again filled with sunset. Colorful clouds covered the sky. On the shore of the West Sea, suddenly, a huge wave rose up. A huge toad, almost as big as the Thousand Village, rose up from the sea. Its body was surrounded by huge silver waves, and it soared into the sky. The entire West Sea was also surging with waves, clamoring and surging. The giant toad somersaulted in the air and transformed into a red-robed Taoist with a transcendent air. A bright and dazzling red cloud suddenly appeared in the sky, surging and churning. The Taoist in red looked disappointed and angry. He looked at the sky and tried to control his emotions. He asked softly, "In my previous life, I didn't have a stable footing. I didn't do things secretly. I revealed the secrets of heaven and offended others. Karma went round and round. In the end, I died. In this life, I've never harmed the lives of ants, I've never dared to speak a single word, and I've never suffered the slightest bit of evil karma. Finally, I have hope of attaining the Tao. But this time, who was it that stole my destiny and stole my Tao fruit? Why don't I have a chance in this life? Why? After 10 million years of cultivation, I died. After another 10 million years of cultivation, someone stole it. Why is that? Why is that? The heavenly Tao is unfair." The red-robed Taoist looked at the sky and asked softly. In the sky, the thunder was still faintly discernible. It seemed to be an answer, but it didn't seem to be. The red-robed Taoist waited for a long time. The thunder in the sky was already far away, but he still stood there in a daze and didn't move for a long time. His face was full of confusion. He kept muttering to himself, "Why? Why? Who can give me a reason?" But he didn't get an answer. In the distance, the wind and clouds rose. The West Sea Great Shaman came over as fast as lightning. "Senior Chansheng." The West Sea Great Shaman cupped his fists and bowed. "Why are you in the mood to come out today?" The West Sea Great Witch said this out of politeness. He didn't expect Chansheng to answer anything. Since Chansheng appeared in the West Sea, he hadn't said a word. He hadn't opened his mouth at all. Even if he took the initiative to show up this time, he still didn't change his original intention. Maybe it was just to say hello, and then Lord Chansheng went back to cultivate in seclusion. Sometimes, the West Sea Great Shaman didn't understand. You just cultivated silently like this, but never went out. Even if you cultivated to be invincible in the world and supreme in the region. What's the use? But he wasn't Chansheng. Naturally, he didn't understand the original intention of cultivation, and he didn't dare to ask in detail. Because the West Sea Great Shaman knew that Chansheng's cultivation was very high. He could be said to be an extremely terrible existence in this world. He was definitely not a match for him. Moreover, it was still unknown whether or not the Flood Boss was a match for this Toad Saint. The West Sea Great Shaman was already very satisfied that Chansheng was stable and didn't stir up trouble in his territory. How could he rashly make trouble? Hearing the West Sea Great Shaman's question, Chansheng slowly turned his head and said lightly, "Tell me, why can't I become a saint?" The West Sea Great Shaman was shocked when he heard this. He really didn't expect Chansheng to open his mouth. And the moment he opened his mouth, he asked such a high-end question. "Why can't you become a saint?" "For me, this problem is simply too far away. I'm still working hard to break through to the level of sage to be. Well, strictly speaking, according to the ancient times, I'm now working hard to break through to the peak of zenith heaven. You actually asked me why can't I become a saint if I could answer this question. Wouldn't I also? The West Sea Great Shaman actually felt a little inferior because of this question. "I'm a little tired. I beg for monthly votes. I'm going home to eat." Chapter 1024. The West Sea Shaman's thoughts were very complicated. Obviously, he was confused by this sudden question and even felt inferior. Damn it, Did all the powerful people talk like this? He even felt a little autistic. He felt that his self-esteem had been seriously hurt. Well, I'm inexperienced. I really can't answer, the West Sea shaman said hesitantly. Inexperienced. How long had it been since he used this word to describe himself? The red-robed Taoist Chanxing was silent for a long time before he said, I heard that the Flood Witch of the Wu people has inherited the legacy of Gong Gong, and she has dabbled in the legacy of Zhu Rong. She is recognized as invincible in this world, right? The West Sea shaman said proudly, Senior, what you said is true. I, the Flood Boss, am indeed invincible in this world. Puff. Chanxing exhaled a breath of air from his nostrils. Although he didn't say it explicitly, the meaning of, if the tiger doesn't show its head, the monkey will be king, was obvious. A strong sense of disdain and sarcasm suddenly filled the air. When the West Sea shaman heard this puff, he immediately felt insulted. In an instant, his face and neck turned red, and the unique temper of the Wu people suddenly rushed up. He stared at Fang Qi and asked, Senior, what do you mean? When his temper rose, he didn't care whether he was a saint or not. Even if he exploded, he would splash his blood all over. How dare you insult my boss? Damn it. Chanxing's face changed, and he became extremely regretful. Then, he raised his hand and slapped himself in the face. This slap was extremely heavy. He said angrily, in your previous life, you offended people because of your words, and you were infected with inexplicable karma, which led to your death. In this life, you still don't know how to repent. With your temperament, you deserve to be unable to become a saint and lose your Tao. Seeing this, the West Sea shaman was stunned and didn't know how to react for a long time. What was going on? At this moment, suddenly, another figure floated out of Chanxing's body. His face was full of shame as he said, I was wrong. Chanxing's face was filled with anger and regret, while the other Chanxing's face was filled with regret and shame. The West Sea Grand Magus groaned in his stomach. He only felt that his anger was suddenly stuck in his throat, unable to be released. I understand now. No wonder this Chanxing never spoke to anyone his whole life. It turned out that he had another companion. From the looks of it, he was actually able to chat with his clone every day with relish. The West Sea Great Witch's mind was filled with thoughts. He didn't know if this Chanxing would summon a few doppelgangers to play a game or something when he was lonely. For example, the Astral Souls invented a very fun game called Do Diju, Level Up, Mahjong, and so on. Why would they be so happy when they bet against themselves? I misspoke. The previous Chanxing said to the West Sea Great Witch, fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. I don't dare, I don't dare. Senior is too polite. The West Sea Great Witch's anger also disappeared. As a senior, he had already apologized in person. What else do you want? If you continue to be pretentious, you don't want face. At this time, the other Chanxing also said, it's my fault. My Tao heart was biased for a moment. It's all my fault. Fellow Taoist, please don't blame me. Did he have to apologize to each person once? The West Sea Great Witch replied again, I don't dare. Senior is too polite. But later, the Chanxing said, however, I don't know if your Flood Witch is so invincible in the world. I wonder how her combat power is compared to the 12 Zhu Wu of the Wu people? The West Sea Great Witch was stunned and said, she is far inferior. This was the truth. Although the Flood Witch was powerful, she was still far behind the 12 Zhu Wu. Although the West Sea Great Witch was a little angry, he had to tell the truth. The Chanxing said again, compared to Dong Huang, Tai Yi, Demon Emperor Di Jun, how are these people? Not as good. The West Sea Great Witch answered honestly. But the anger in his heart was surging. What did he mean? Compared to Yuanshi, how is Tongtian? The Changxing asked again. Still not as good. The West Sea Great Witch was a little angry. Chi. The Changxing's nostrils flared again. The meaning was very clear. How dare he claim to be the best in the world when he couldn't beat this and that? The Changxing's face suddenly changed and he said angrily, You. In the end, this toad saint's face was filled with shame. He slapped his own mouth and said, I was wrong. I didn't change my nature. My Tao heart is biased. I will go in right now. After that, his body floated and merged with the original Changxing again, never to come out again. The Changxing sighed deeply and said, Fellow Taoist, sorry to offend you. The West Sea Great Witch was about to get angry, but the guy was gone. He could only say bitterly, It's okay. For a moment, he felt a little out of his mind. There was a feeling of drawing out a knife in anger, but there was nothing in front of him. He had nowhere to use his strength. Fellow Taoist, please tell me where your boss Flood is now. The Changxing asked. Well, my boss Flood is now in seclusion. I'm afraid it's difficult to receive you. The West Sea Great Witch's face changed. Well, I know. I'll find another opportunity myself. The Changxing sighed softly and said, Goodbye. I'm indebted to the West Sea for taking care of me for many years. In the future, I'll have an explanation. Sir, where are you going? The West Sea Great Witch was shocked. The opportunity has passed. It's meaningless to stay here. There are 3,000 great Taos. Although they are all rugged and difficult to traverse, there will always be other paths ahead. The red-robed Taoist said softly, The mountains and rivers are so big. I want to take a look. Then, he said softly, Goodbye. His body did not move, but a white cloud rose from under his feet. It leisurely carried his body and soared into the sky, galloping into the distance. The West Sea Great Witch watched the Changxing leave and could not help but frown. This existence had been silently cultivating here for hundreds of thousands of years. Today, for some unknown reason, he had actually left just like that on a whim. The West Sea Great Witch was furious. However, what this fellow said was really right. It was fine if he did not open his mouth, but once he opened his mouth, it was really infuriating. If he spoke like that normally, it would be better if he did not open his mouth. Because no matter how many lives he had, he would be beaten to death sooner or later. How could he be so infuriating? Although my boss Flood is the leader of the Great Witches, he is still just a Great Witch. How dare he ask me if I can compare with Zhu Wu? This is bullshit. If we were at that level, we would not be called Great Witches, okay? How dare he ask us to compare with Demon Emperor, Donghuang, Yuanshi, and Tongtian. Is there a need to ask? Is there a need to ask? At the end of the sentence, the sound made me so angry that I almost self-destructed. Damn it. What a bastard. He picked up the phone and dialed, This is the West Sea. Well. Tell Boss Flood that there is a hateful red-robed Taoist. He is Changxing from the West Sea. He will probably go to discuss Tao with him. Tell Boss to be careful. This fellow's cultivation is ridiculously high, and his mouth is also extremely annoying. Tell Boss to be careful and deal with him carefully. If he can't deal with him, summon our brothers to go over and kill him together. Call me first. Well, okay. Then, the West Sea Great Witch turned around and left. Is Hai Hunshan back? Did he find him? On the other side. In the dense forest. In the straw hut. Sua Xiao Duo and the old man sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly harmonious. Sua Xiao Duo kept calling the old man senior and even poured tea for him. He was very attentive. However, in the time it took for the old man to drink 1 cup, he had to drink at least 3 or 4 cups. Until now, he had drunk so much that his stomach was slightly bloated. But he still kept drinking. This water was really good stuff. He did not know when he would be able to drink it again. He must not waste it. Now that he could drink more, he had to drink as much as he could. "What's your name?" the old man asked kindly. "My name is Sua Xiao Duo." Sua Xiao Duo showed a harmless smile. "This name." "Ha!" the old man smiled. "It's full of childish charm." "Ahem. Yes, yes. Senior, I wonder if it's convenient for you to give me your name?" Sua Xiao Duo finally asked. The old man's face showed a grateful expression. "Back then, His Majesty the Spirit Emperor gave me a name. I'm called Wanqingxing." Wanqingxing. Sua Xiao Duo could not help but praise Wanqingxing. "This name is really good. Buddha is born in all homes. All people are born because of this. I don't dare to be called Buddha." The old man hurriedly waved his hand and refused, saying, "The title of Buddha is an honorific of the Western clan. I'm from the Spirit clan. I don't dare to be called Buddha." "Elder Wan, you just said that there are still demon clans and devil clans in this heavenly spirit forest?" Sua Xiao Duo asked. "Yes." Wanqingxing said, "This is the territory of the Spirit clan. If you walk further out, it's the territory of the Demon clan. And then, in the opposite direction, it's the territory of the Devil clan." Back then, when the boundless mighty force split the Yuanzhou mainland, because this old man was protected by the heavenly way's luck, the karma of living beings was entangled. It can be said that the heavens borrowed the power to preserve this forest. This place is a place shared by all living beings, not just one clan or one bloodline. A long time ago, this forest was called the Demon Spirit Forest or the Demon Spirit Forest, not the Heavenly Spirit Forest. It was not until the continent split that it changed its name to the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Both the demon race and the demon race live in this forest. However, the ancestors of the two races probably knew that it was the heavenly Tao that allowed this forest to be preserved in the first place. Therefore, they would not come here for no reason. The 3 directions, well water and river water, do not interfere with each other. Ahem, not really. The demon race and the demon race still frequently fight, but they coexist peacefully with us and rarely invade each other. But if you go out, no matter which direction you go, there will be a place that you have to pass. Wanqingxing looked at Sua Xiao Duo with some worry. "You have to be careful." Chapter 1025. Danger. That's not a problem. Sua Xiao Duo did not take it to heart at all. For him, it was much better to make his position clear as to whether he was a friend or a foe, than to not be able to distinguish between friends and foes in the heavenly spirit forest. Not to mention that he was too embarrassed to make a move. Sua Xiao Duo was now bursting with confidence. He felt that even if he was not invincible, he would be hard-pressed to find a worthy opponent. "I can also use the sky-shaking gong and the sky-thunder mirror. I have 2 treasures of the Umno Alliance in my hands. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the Wahuang sword. After this incident, it has recovered a lot of energy. I also have Xiao. After this incident, she has improved greatly and can be a very strong helper. Who else dares to make trouble? I still have the sword, the hidden weapon, the starry sky everlasting stone, the 9-9 cat hammer, and the reactivated space of the Tower of Annihilation. Who else? Who else dares to make trouble?" Why should I be afraid of the demon clan? Why should I be afraid of the demon clan? As long as they are not big demons, why should I be afraid of small demons? I will kill them with a hammer and take their inner elixir. The more the better. I will not refuse anyone. I am the Zongjing Umno Alliance. Even 3 million soldiers could not catch me. Little friend, based on the way you came here, you must have obtained the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. It seems that the promise from that day can finally be fulfilled. Wan Minxing looked at Sua Xiao Duo again. After a while, he said in a low voice, looking at your cultivation, although you belong to the branch of heavenly fire Qi Yang, with the combination of yin and yang and the protection of soft water, your bones do not belong to the branch of real fire of Zhu Rong. Your body is much weaker. This is a little strange and puzzling. He sized Sua Xiao Duo up and said with a frown, moreover, your current cultivation is only at the core formation stage and the nascent soul stage. You're about to enter the soul formation stage and return to the void stage. Although your advancement isn't slow based on your age, it's really difficult to say that it has anything to do with the inheritance of the Zhurong Grand Shaman. The reason for this is like a mess that can't be solved. Senior, you have a great eye. You can see the big picture with one glance. Everything you see is right. You are really good. Upon hearing this, Sua Xiao Duo became more and more respectful. This Wanqing Xing was truly extraordinary. It was not surprising for him to be able to see through Sua Xiao Duo's cultivation with just a glance. But to be able to see through his cultivation method, the level of his cultivation method, and even the source of his cultivation method so clearly, this was the first time Sua Xiao Duo had met someone with such eyesight. At a glance, it was so clear that one could see the bottom, and from a small detail, one could see the whole picture. What kind of cultivation and vision did he need to have? Well, without experience, this old man should be the most inexperienced cultivator in the world. However, the more this was the case, the more it proved that this old man was a great cultivator, a super great cultivator. Wan Minxing smiled faintly and said, little friend, have you forgotten that one of my missions in life is to wait for the arrival of the successor of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong? Even if I am honest. The primordial fire of Zhu Rong raged in my body for hundreds of years before I finally took it out and settled it down. How can I not have a deep impression of it? In terms of understanding of the primordial fire of Zhu Rong, even if Zhu Wu Zhu Rong came back to life, he might not be able to understand it better than me. Sua Xiao Duo smiled bitterly, but even so, in the entire world, up until now, I've only met Senior who can see it so clearly. Wan Minxing smiled more and more indifferently. After all, this kind of thing was too common for him. It was not enough to reach the apex. Even if he was praised, he would feel that the other party was too ignorant. Was such a small thing worth flattering? What he was concerned about was another situation. Little friend, you came to this place and inherited the heavenly beam of light. Naturally, it is Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's method. This is not enough to reach the apex, but it is reasonable. What makes me surprised, or rather interested, is that you clearly do not have any traces of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance in your body. You are also not of the Wu people's bloodline. You are a pure-blooded human. Wan Minxing said, this is the main reason why I am having second thoughts. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. What did he mean? Could it be that he was not going to pass the inheritance to me? Did he want to take it for himself? Well, what did this old man say just now? Even if Zhu Wu Zhu Rong came back to life, he might not be able to understand the primordial fire of Zhu Rong better than him. Could it be that he wanted to replace him and become another fire god, the sovereign of all flames and flames? It couldn't be. But I really did receive Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's inheritance. Sua Xiao Duo felt a little wronged. Of course, before I was thrown here, I really didn't know where I was going. This old man believes in that. Wan Minxing had a benevolent expression. I am not doubting you, but you really have nothing to do with Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. I have a space ring here, which was given to me by Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery in the Inheritance Palace. Can this prove it? Sua Xiao Duo took out the space ring of Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery. The space ring does not prove anything. The so-called Zhu Wu's inheritance is only what you said. It is not enough to prove it. Wan Minxing was very insistent. What I want to see is the Zhu Rong primordial fire. He sighed and said, let me say something to you. The primordial fire given to me by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong is right here. There is no harm in giving it to you. But you must know that if you don't cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, whether you can take it away is secondary. Once you come into contact with the primordial fire, you will inevitably burn yourself. You must not think that you can take in the primordial fire of Zhu Rong just because you cultivate a fire-type cultivation method. The primordial fire of Zhu Rong is the essence of all flames and flames. Even the Demon Emperor's grandson primordial fire is inferior in purity. I am not making things difficult for you, and I am not exaggerating. It is the truth. Sua Xiao Duo was stunned. Then what should I do? Wan Minxing did not answer. This was not a question that he should be thinking about. If Sua Xiao Duo could not deal with it on his own, then they were not fated. He could only give him a few reminders. It was impossible for him to give more advice. Then I can stay here for a few days, right? In these few days, I will cultivate the cultivation method that Zhu Wu Zhu Rong passed on to me. I have successfully cultivated the Zhu Rong primordial fire. This does not violate the agreement between you and Zhu Wu, does it? Sua Xiao Duo did not give up and asked. Haha, of course, you can. Wan Minxing smiled meaningfully and said, however, Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's cultivation method is not that easy to learn. My young friend, you have to be careful. You must not be rash. Once the primordial fire backfires, even I will not be able to save you. These words were said in an extremely polite and tactful manner. However, the hidden meaning in his words was that he was not optimistic about Sua Xiaoduo's ability to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire. Who was Zhu Wu Zhu Rong? He was the universally recognized god of fire, the leader of all flames and flames. He was an invincible expert in the world, except for a very few people. His cultivation method naturally had its own uniqueness. How could it be something that just anyone could cultivate? You want to cultivate to the point where you can even fuse the essence of the Zhu Rong primordial fire that originated from Zhu Rong after staying here for a few days? I just don't know if this young man is the only one in this world who is so thick-skinned, or if everyone in the world is like this. There is no need to be humble and self-confident. Ha ha ha, that I will wait and see. Anyway, when I accepted your request, I have my own mission and corresponding restrictions. If you do not meet the requirements, I will not give it to you. Senior, where do you think I should stay? Sua Xiaoduo's eyes flashed with a sneaky look. Although the Tower of Annihilation had been reactivated, he would not use it if he could. It was never a bad thing to keep a trump card. Just here. Wan Minxing smiled and waved his hand. Then, Sua Xiaoduo saw that the courtyard had suddenly more than doubled in size. In an open space, 4 vines suddenly grew rapidly. In an instant, lush greenery covered the courtyard and green light flashed intermittently. The vines grew rapidly and slowly thickened. Then, they constructed and grew on their own into a greenhouse. The 4 walls and the roof quietly took shape. Then, in the house, not only did the tender green leaves grow into a bed, there were also tables and chairs. Everything was complete. At the door. Well, a door decorated with many fresh flowers opened with a push and closed with ease. It was seamless. This is really a wonder of nature. It's amazing. Swishaoduo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With just a few vines, he could actually get whatever he wanted. It was simply too miraculous. It's just a few rui vines. Wan Minxing did not care. If you like it, I will give you some seeds of the rui vines when you leave. Thank you, thank you. I like it so much. I dare not refuse an elder's gift. Thank you, thank you. Swishaoduo was so happy that he could not close his mouth. This thing could be said to be the best choice for a family trip. You should rest. The old man smiled faintly. Then, he looked outside and said, I have guests. Guests? Swishaoduo was a little dazed when he heard this. You're alone in this endless forest, surrounded by giants. Where did the guests come from? Could it be that those giants came to visit you? Although he was curious, Swishaoduo knew the principle of speaking too deeply with a new friend. He automatically walked into the vine room and looked outside through the window. The rui vines really did as he wished. They grew vines on the window, leaving only a small gap for him to see outside. However, if one looked in from outside, they would not be able to see him at all. Then, he heard a very strange voice from outside. Is Elder Wan here? Little Pang is here to visit Elder Wan. The voice was unusually sharp, as if it was squeezed out from the throat. What made Swishaoduo more concerned was that the voice contained a hint of demonic aura. Then, another voice sounded. Elder Wan, Little Devil 19 is here to visit. Chapter 10:26. Wan Minxing said warmly, Come in. Following his voice, the wall of vines and flowers outside automatically parted to form a door, and the two of them entered. Well, let's say there were two people. One of the guys was about 3 meters tall. He was wearing a pair of jeans from who knows where. There was a hole in the jeans and it looked a little damp. He wore a well-ironed suit, paired with a snow-white shirt tucked into his belt, and a bright red tie. He didn't look very elegant. Instead, he looked a little out of place and was a little silly. However, the most eye-catching thing about this person was that behind his 2 arms, there were 2 extremely large wings. Just like that, it walked in, dragging its 2 wings on the ground, just like a rooster that had just lost a battle. But this person held his head high and his chest out. He didn't look like he lost a battle at all. Looking at its face, it had a pointy oval head with black hair all over its face. It had a pair of sinister and unruly eyes, a hooked nose, and a mouth that was as sharp as a woodpecker's. It also had 2 furry ears on each side of its head. His head was like an owl, his wings were like a big eagle, and his legs. Well, he could be considered a human. He almost forgot to mention that this guy was actually wearing a pair of shiny leather shoes. They were definitely specially made for him. Because the leather shoes were like 2 small boats. No matter if it was a human or Wu people, they wouldn't have such big feet. As for the other one, he was completely black from head to toe. He didn't have any clothes on his body, only a body of black fur. However, it already covered everything, leaving behind a pure color. There was a curved horn on its head, and it actually had 5 eyes. When it blinked, the 5 eyes flashed continuously, like 5 searchlights sweeping back and forth. At this moment, this person's 5 eyes were blinking as they looked at the clothes of the guy with the wings next to him. There was actually some envy in his expression. It seemed that the other party's clothes were very high-end and classy. I don't have anything, I'm ashamed. He had a sense of inferiority like a pauper meeting a millionaire, but he still tried his best to put on a self-esteem of, I'm proud of being poor, I'm proud of being poor, you're rich, but I won't eat a single grain of rice from your family. Under such gazes, the man in a suit with wings became even more arrogant, complacent, and high-spirited. Forward Rock, are you in charge of the demon race this year? The old man, Wan Minqing, sat down leisurely and asked the man in the suit. Yes, yes. Elder Wan, I have a name now, Rock Foryard. I'm not called Foryard Rock anymore. Rock Foryard smiled flatteringly, but he still couldn't help showing off his new name. He glanced at Mo Shurjo, who was standing beside him. Country bumpkin, do you have a name? Demon. Mo Shurjo. Just your name. Hee hee, you really make me, Rock Foryard Rock. Inside, Zhua Xiao Duo almost laughed out loud. Foryard Rock. It's not as good as Foryard Rock. What's more, what's the difference? Alright, Rock Foryard. Wan Minqing's temper was very good. Zhua Xiao Duo had verified this. He actually praised him. Rock Foryard, your name is very good. Then, he looked him up and down and said, your outfit is also very good. Rock Foryard became more and more complacent. He tidied his suit, straightened his clothes, and straightened his tie. His face was full of pride as he said, the other day, I went to the Wu People's City and heard them say that this is the most popular thing now. So, I bought a few hundred sets of each. I was supposed to have a hat, but my head is too pointy, so I can't wear it. As he spoke, he took out a hat from his ring and put it on his head. It was actually a white hat on its pointy head. It looked like a bony mushroom with a drooping lid. He sighed and put it down again. Unless I change my head. But if I change it, no one in the demon spirit forest will recognize me. A group of children will think of me as a fat sheep and want to eat it. Damn it. Mo Shurjo, who was standing at the side, was not happy and said, Rock Sierre, I'm very envious that you have a new name. You can go to a human city and dress up so beautifully. I'm also very envious. Your clothes are indeed very cool. I'm also very envious. But there is one thing you need to understand. This is the demon spirit forest, not the demon spirit forest. Rock Foryard turned his head. His eyes suddenly became fierce. What qualifications do you demons have to put the word demon in front of the demon spirit forest? Do you deserve it? Do you demons deserve it? Mo Shurjo was not to be outdone. Do you demons have the qualifications? Last time, we clearly came to an agreement. If we want a name for this forest, it will be called the Demon Spirit Forest. Rock Foryard was furious. Clearly, it was called the Demon Spirit Forest. You demons are not willing to give up. You actually want to be ranked in front of us demons. Not only are you delusional, you have no sense of shame. Back in the day, when the two demon emperors united the world, you demons were just a low-level race. You could only be slaves. We beat you when we wanted to beat you when we wanted. Mo Shurjo was unable to restrain his anger. You also said it was back in the day. How many years ago was that? At that time, your ancestor was just an unhatched egg. Can't you stop talking about it every time? Do you have any shame? Rock Foryard was still full of glory. These are the glorious deeds of my ancestor. If I forget, then I forget my roots. If I keep talking about it, then I am a filial son. Back in the day, my ancestor, Lord Rock Foryard, followed the two demon emperors. He fought against the heavens and fought against the earth. He made immortal contributions and was worshipped as the demon master. Mo Shurjo sneered. How come I heard that the rock demon master later betrayed the demon emperor? No, it should be that he betrayed the demon race. Fuck you. Rock Foryard jumped up, as if his sore spot had been poked. He cursed, what good things do you demons think you are? In the end, your demon ancestor was still. Mo Shurjo was also furious. That's fate. That's fate, you know. Divine power is not as good as fate. Haven't you heard of this saying? Mo Sergio's words seemed to make sense, but anyone could hear the bitterness in his words. No. I only know that your ancestor was defeated by my ancestor, and you are also defeated by me. That's it. Rock Forehead was getting more and more aggressive. The two of them quarreled more and more fiercely. Whoosh! Rock Forehead took out his demon head saber, his eyes flashing fiercely. Pfft! Mo Sergio also took out his mace and gritted his teeth. Just as the demon were about to fight to the death, Meng Chi suddenly stopped. I'm going to kill you, you demon brat. See if I don't kill you, you demon brat. Sua Xiao Duo tried his best to control himself so that he wouldn't burst out laughing. These two fellows were really too amusing. Could they be doing a crosstalk? Ahem. Just as the two demons were about to fight, Wan Minqing finally coughed and said in a slightly displeased tone, Are you going to fight in my place? Mo Sergio and Rock Forehead's expressions changed. They rubbed their hands and laughed awkwardly. In the blink of an eye, his ferocious expression had turned into one that was harmless to both humans and animals. We're just bickering. Rock Forehead put his demon head saber back under his suit. It's fine. Arguing every day is good for the body and mind. Mo Sergio put his mace back into his spatial ring, but when he saw that Rock Forehead did not put away his demon head saber, he took out his mace and carried it on his back. 1. It was convenient to use, and 2. It was to guard against accidents. Tell me, what are you doing here? Wan Minqing saw the actions of these two idiots and felt helpless. However, he was really good at maintaining his composure. At the same time, he also had a good temper and self-restraint, so he felt that the current situation was rather cheerful. I was ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder Wan, Rock Forehead said. I was also ordered by the boss to deliver some demon cloud water to you, Elder Wan, Mo Sergio said. Wan Minqing said kindly, then put the things down and go back quickly. Help me thank your bosses. The two fellows happily took out a large bucket of water from their rings. Each bucket weighed a few hundred caddies and placed them in the courtyard. Then the two began to dawdle again, looking at each other with daggers in their eyes. What they meant was, why aren't you leaving? Clearly, they both had something to do. What is it? Spit it out. Wan Minqing asked. Ahem. Rock Forehead coughed. Ahem. Mo Sergio also coughed. They glared at each other, but no one was willing to speak first. Why aren't you leaving? Aren't you done with your business? Rock Forehead was furious, and finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Why aren't you leaving? Are you still not done with your business? Mo Sergio retorted coldly. That's enough. If you have something to say it all together, Wan Minqing said with a smile. He didn't seem offended in the slightest. As an astral, he was watching a beasts and a demon bicker like an old man watching his grandchildren bicker. His temper was quite good. It's like this. Fourth Rock glared at Mo Sergio and said, Our boss wants to ask Elder Wan for instructions. Today, there was the power of extreme flame true fire in the sky. It crossed the border and fell here. Cough cough. Is the ancient prophecy coming true? Is. Really? Ahem, is it that our ancestors are about to return? Boss said that the ancient prophecy about Zhu Wu's true fire is that. Whether or not our ancestors are going to. Rock Forehead desperately wanted to speak clearly, but he was getting more and more confused. He stuttered as he asked in confusion. Chapter 1027. On the other hand, Mo Shurjo was also stuttering and stammering. It was obvious that he didn't know what he was asking either. But he still asked bravely, "My boss asked me to ask Elder Wan. Does this mean that our good days are coming?" "This, that, yes, it's this." Wan Minxing's expression became serious. "Why didn't your boss come and ask himself? And he didn't send anyone else but you two?" Rock Four Ears and Mo Shurjo looked at each other. "This question is so profound. We don't know anything either. Anyway, we were sent here without knowing anything." Wan Minxing's face darkened. "Looks like your boss is afraid of being scolded, so he sent you two who don't know anything." The two of them didn't know what was going on, but they felt that it was awesome. "What you said was so profound. We don't understand. I've told them not to ask about such things. How is it a good thing? This is a tribulation, do you understand?" Wan Minxing was exasperated. "I just won't listen, I won't listen." Mo Shurjo and Rock Four Ears were even more confused and a little scared. They felt as if they had been thrown into a pit by their boss. Because the old man in front of them was the strongest in this huge forest. It was just that his temper was good, so good that everyone ignored it. But once he got angry, it was already a catastrophe. What else did he say? Rock Four Ears thought hard. Boss also said. Suddenly, he stammered and couldn't say anything. His eyes were lost. Then, he patted his head and took out a crumpled piece of paper from his space ring. He opened it and read, "Fire Shaman Scripture, a Great Era." Wan Minxing sighed sadly and waved his hand. "No need to read it." His expression was a little sad. "Fire Shaman Scripture appears in the ninth heaven, a catastrophe is coming. A great era descends and the heavens mourn. How many hearts of the saint can change with a single thought? A great era, how can it be so easy to get through?" He sighed softly, and his expression was sorrowful. Then, he suddenly froze. He abruptly turned his head and looked at the small house that Sua Xiaoduo was in. He was surprised and bewildered. "Elder Wan, you..." Fourth Rock's eyes were filled with worry as he asked. "I'm fine." Wan Minxing came back to his senses, but he still seemed to be distracted and in a daze. After half a minute, he finally sighed softly and said, "Go back and tell your boss that even if the great era comes, it is not something they can touch. Everyone has been living in the Wu people's territory for so many years. It is already a great fortune that we have not been destroyed. There is no need to ask for more. If the great era comes and you still want to do something, you must be prepared to bear the brunt of it and turn into ashes. Trash like you who have been staying here for a long time may not be able to survive if you act rashly. In the face of a life and death crisis, no one will care about the alliance of the past. Therefore, it's better to be honest. If you don't do anything, there might be a slight possibility that you can preserve a little bit of your vitality in the Great Tribulation. But if you want to do something..." Wan Minxing smiled coldly and said, "That is, the disaster of extinction is not far away." Rock Si and Mo Shurjo did not fully understand, but the two of them did their best to memorize everything that Wan Xingming had said, as well as his expression and tone of voice, without missing a single detail. This almost made the two of them die of exhaustion. One must know that they used their soul strength and origin strength to memorize everything to ensure that there was no mistake. Because their boss had said that they must not miss anything, and that they must repeat everything. Otherwise, they would directly swallow it. With their lives at stake, how could the two of them dare to be negligent? Listening to Wan Minxing's words, the two of them did not even dare to ask questions. They just repeated it over and over again. Then, Fourth Rock took out a piece of paper from his ring and handed it to Wan Minxing. Wan Minxing felt more and more helpless. He said coldly, the more you use the thinner the friendship becomes. Go back and tell your boss that this is the last time. Yes, I will definitely pass it on. Fourth Rock nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After reading the paper, Wan Minxing said indifferently, "You're right. Great tribulations are often caused by fire. The first heavenly tribulation was caused by heavenly fire descending upon the mortal world, causing the heavenly tribulation. The second Chilan tribulation was caused by the prosperity of the Wu people. The third was caused by the fire wizard Zhu Rong. The fourth. In short, all tribulations have their own cause and effect. This is the fundamental reason why no one dares to truly exterminate the fire wizard. And after a few great tribulations, until now. Do you know what kind of tribulations they are?" The demon and demon shook their heads at the same time, their faces filled with confusion. Wan Minxing was about to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, his expression suddenly changed. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It was an extremely terrifying sight. After a while, Wan Minxing took a deep breath and stood up with difficulty. He coughed and spat out a pool of bright red blood. The entire ground was instantly dyed red by the blood that sprayed out. It dyed the ground within a 2-meter radius red. As this mouthful of blood was spat out, an extremely dense life force rose from the blood light and instantly enveloped the entire forest. With this mouthful of blood as the epicenter, the surrounding trees and bushes of an unknown distance suddenly grew in a circle with a hua-la-la sound. If one happened to look down from high up in the sky at this time, one would see that the borders of the entire forest had expanded by several dozen miles. Moreover, it was expanding in every direction at an extremely rapid pace. This sudden increase in area was simply terrifying. However, tracing back to the source, Wan Minxing's mouthful of blood had caused the entire forest to expand by a large circle. Such a density of life force was truly terrifying to the extreme. The act of spitting out blood itself gave the demon and demon, as well as Sua Xiao Duo, who was in the house, a fright. "It can't be." Wan Minxing shook his head regretfully. He muttered, "I wanted to use this opportunity to tell you some things, but the heavens won't allow it. What can I do?" His eyes swept across the window of the small house regretfully. Sua Xiao Duo couldn't help but shudder. "This is for me. Anyway, it's definitely not for the demon and demon, because these two idiots definitely wouldn't understand. It's useless to tell them. Then, it's most likely for me. You can go back." Wan Minxing's usually rosy face turned pale. He took a few deep breaths and slowly regained his composure. He said, "Tell your 2 bosses what to do. I've already made it very clear. If they're willing to listen, they'll never leave the forest for the rest of their lives. If they don't listen, then when they decide to leave the forest one day, they'll have to be prepared. Once they step out of this forest, they'll never return for the rest of their lives. Because if they return, they'll turn this last piece of peaceful land into a monstrous battlefield. They'll turn this peaceful and peaceful land into ashes." Wan Minxing's face was pale, but his voice was stern. "As for the prophecy, I advise them not to worry about it. Even if the demon and demon race really return, when those who drifted out see you again, it's still uncertain whether they'll acknowledge your identities. Be careful." Rock 4's and Mo Shurjo's ignorance had already become a habit. Although they nodded repeatedly, no one expected them to really understand. It was probably because the 2 of them were scared out of their wits when they saw Wan Minxing vomiting blood. Now, they could only nod instinctively. This guardian of the forest, the source of life in the forest, the ancestor revered by thousands of creatures, suddenly vomited blood after being asked a few questions. This responsibility was not something the 2 of them could bear. "Elder Wan, please take care. Cough, we won't say anything else. We'll leave now, leave now. The demon and the demon hurriedly stood up as if their buttocks were on fire. Remember to pass my words back without missing a word. Wan Minsheng coughed and said tiredly, you two go. The monster and the devil quickly turned around and left. After they walked out, they saw the two fellows who were like fire and water huddled together, reciting each other's words in a low voice. They were like two children checking each other's recitations before the teacher checked on them. Although she looked very ugly, she actually looked a little cute based on her current behavior. Wan Minsheng watched the two fellows leave, his body swaying a little. He sighed softly, bent his body, and staggered to Swaxiaoduo's door. He said softly, as if he was talking to himself. You heard it, right? Swaxiaoduo pushed the door open and said, Elder Wan, some of your words were specially said to me. Of course, I have to remember it. Wan Minsheng nodded, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. After thinking for a long time, he finally asked, You just said that your name is Swaxiaoduo? Yes, I'm Swaxiaoduo. Swaxiaoduo nodded. Well, how much is a lot? Wan Minsheng asked curiously. Yes, how much is a lot? Swaxiaoduo wanted to say too much, but after thinking about it, he didn't say it. Extra. My parents were just joking with me. How am I extra? How am I extra? The entire Zhuo family is counting on me to carry on the family line. Sister Nian, can she give birth to a child alone? It's all because I've exhausted all my strength. Excellent name. Wan Minsheng smiled kindly and said, You can cultivate in this room. When you feel ready, come out and find me. I'll wait for you. Okay. Swaxiaoduo agreed without hesitation. Vaguely, it seemed that Wan Minsheng's attitude towards him had changed a little. But he couldn't tell why. Wan Minsheng turned and left. However, the vitality in the room suddenly became stronger. Swaxiaoduo thought for a while and took out the phone to test again. There was still no signal. The phone could only be used as a clock. He sighed and threw it into the space ring. How annoying. Chapter 10:28. Forget it, I'd better concentrate on my cultivation and master the Zhu Rong primordial fire as soon as possible. After all, the most important thing is to quickly cultivate and absorb the primordial fire before I can leave. Looking at Old Man Wan's expression, it seemed to be different from before. There was something wrong with it. Previously, I didn't have the ability to absorb the primordial fire, so you wouldn't give me the primordial fire inheritance. But now, even if I successfully cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire, you still won't let me leave before I finish absorbing the primordial fire. This action was simply contradictory. You've already confirmed that I'm the real descendant of the Zhu Rong, and my identity can't be fake. But even if you're thinking for me, you're afraid that I'll rashly use the primordial fire and end up burning myself, unable to save myself. But with the cultivation and knowledge he's shown before, and even said that he has a thorough understanding of the primordial fire, he could have directly given me the primordial fire inheritance sealed away and let me deal with it myself. Wouldn't that have ended this karma? But he chose the most tedious way to solve it. He wants me to cultivate the Zhu Rong primordial fire to the point that I can absorb the primordial fire inheritance. But to complete all of this, it's not something that can be done in a day. If I'm not careful, it'll take a long time. What I lack the most now is time. It's been many days since I went missing. I'm afraid that the other side has already discovered that I'm missing. But the current situation is that I can't leave before I finish absorbing the primordial fire inheritance. Swaxiaoduo was extremely anxious. It was not that he had to leave, as long as he could send a message outside, it would be fine. However, there was no signal at all. Previously, when he saw Roxier's attire, Swa Xiao Duo had some hope. This demon was dressed like this, and his words revealed that he had been to the Wu people recently. This meant that this realm wasn't completely isolated from the outside world. That was why he tried to use his phone to contact him. However, he didn't know if this realm was too far away from the Wu people and there was no signal, or if this realm was in the private area of the people's lives and the signal couldn't enter, just like the sky-destroying tower. In short, there was no way to contact the outside world. He didn't know how worried Nian Mao, Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and Wen Xingtian were right now. He also didn't know if his disappearance would cause any changes. He just hoped that everything was fine. There shouldn't be so many changes at the beginning of the year. Swa Xiao Duo kept repeating in her heart, "I'm safe, I'm safe." She was very sincere, hoping that Nian Nian Cat would receive her telepathy. However, he also knew that this was simply wishful thinking. They wouldn't know. Swa Xiao Duo was still in a daze as he sorted out the information he obtained from the three of them. He was no more clear-headed than the demon and the demon. However, he still understood one thing. It seemed like a calamity was about to happen. The races and continents that had split off were all going to return, not just the demon clan. After that, was there going to be another calamity of the world and a calamity of the people? Swa Xiao Duo kept repeating in her heart, "The fire wizard scripture has appeared in the sky, a calamity is about to happen. A great era is coming and the heavens are mourning." How many people's hearts are affected by a single thought? This prophecy is quite clear. Looks like my identity as the fire wizard's successor is unquestionable. The fire wizard's last miracle sent me here. This kind of heaven-shaking phenomenon is a sign that a great era is about to begin, and it was written in the prophecy long ago. The people's lives started the first calamity of the world, witnessed the second calamity, and even participated in the opening of the calamity. I'm indeed the chosen one, the one with great luck. However, if that's the case, then it proves one thing even more, and that is, the Great Tribulation is really not far away. As the signs appear and the curtains are pulled back, it's just a buffer period of 2 to 3 years. If all the races return in the next 2 to 3 years, many legendary figures will appear. With my current cultivation, I'm like an ant. I'm afraid I can be killed at any time. They can turn me into dust with just a glare. This won't do. No, I have to hurry up and cultivate. I have to raise my cultivation to a level where I can protect myself. Swa Xiao Duo entered the Tower of Annihilation. After entering, he was shocked. He saw the Huang sword flying around excitedly, dragging a long trail of flames behind it. Below, Xiao spread her wings and looked at the Huang sword in the sky vigilantly, chirping anxiously. Her wings were like an old hen protecting her chicks, full of vigilance. Behind Xiao, there was a small mountain of essence of the primordial fire. It turned out that after Xiao swallowed all the essence of the primordial fire, she had filled up the storage space in her body. However, the essence of the primordial fire was of extraordinary quality. Gathering and storing a large amount of it in one place was a method of overloading. It was far beyond what Xiao could bear. It would be fine if there was no movement at all. Once Xiao cultivated, he could ignite all of them at any time. He had to spit them out first and then cultivate them one by one. In fact, this was Xiao's original plan. As long as he returned to the Tower of Annihilation, he would be home. There was no difference between storing the essence of the primordial fire and storing it in his own storage space. However, he missed out on one person. Well, it was the Huang sword who had recovered a little of its mobility. Eager to hunt, how could it let go of such a heaven-sent opportunity to heal itself? Therefore, when Xiao lowered his head and vomited, the Huang sword stole from behind Xiao's butt. Although the Huang sword's mobility was still limited, it was still a huge loss. After vomiting for a long time, Xiao finally found the thief and realized that the thief had stolen a lot of the essence of the primordial fire. Naturally, he was instantly enraged to the point where he could not restrain himself. He immediately rushed up to the sky, wanting to fight the Huahuang's sword to the death. However, the Huahuang's sword did not fight with him at all. It simply escaped quickly, then turned around twice and rushed down again. It would steal one essence at a time. It needed time to digest them anyway. Eating them one by one was the right way to go. And as it swallowed one essence after another, the fire on the sword burned even brighter. Xiao Xiao, on the other hand, went crazy. He could not catch up. He could not beat it. He could not guard against it. He simply placed all the essence of the primordial fire behind his butt and guarded it motionlessly. Like an old hen protecting its young, it cried loudly. The Huahuang's sword drew lines in the air, making the sky look like a spider web. It darted back and forth, looking for an opportunity to attack. Zhao's head followed the trajectory of the Huahuang's sword's flight. After a long time, he felt a little dizzy. However, he did not dare to relax. He could only endure the dizziness and stare at the sword. I won't let you steal my things. If this went on for a long time, Zhao's head would get dizzier. He would definitely lose if he continued to guard. It was inevitable that he would be slowly eaten away by the Huahuang's sword. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo came in. When the Huahuang's sword saw Zhuo Xiaoduo coming, it immediately flew back to the top of the Demon League's mountain range. It shone brightly and shone in all directions. It was majestic and insufferably arrogant. It did not feel the slightest bit ashamed of its previous actions. It could be said that it was shameless. Xiao was overjoyed. He immediately wanted to rush into his mother's arms. However, as soon as he moved, he felt dizzy and spun around twice. Then, he fell to the ground with a thud. Just now, he was already dizzy from the Huahuang's sword. He was just holding on with one breath. Now that he was relaxed, he could not hold on any longer. On the mountain range, the Huahuang's sword hummed. It was full of regret. If I had known that little Seven could not hold on any longer, would have been half full by now. What a pity. With the arrival of that despicable boss, this opportunity was wasted. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. What's going on? Looking at the space, the fire energy soared to the sky. The temperature had already reached a rather exaggerated level. The highest point of the Demon League's mountain range was already 100 meters high. However, the average height was still not enough. Moreover, it was completely bare. Obviously, it was still one step away from being fully formed. On the other hand, the mountain range of the astral souls was much more verdant. It was pleasing to the eye. As for the spiritual energy in the entire space, it was almost twice as rich as the last time he entered. Squeak squeak. Xiao pounced over. He grabbed Zhuo Xiaoduo's trousers with 3 claws and complained angrily. As he spoke, he used his wings to point at the Huahuang's sword that was stuck on the mountain peak. That grief, that anger, that hatred, coupled with the fact that he was complaining so quickly, all showed the extreme hatred in his mind. Finally, someone who could make the decision was here. Mama, hit him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was almost melted by his cuteness. He could not help but laugh. Okay. I'll settle the score with him right now. Xiao whined. His mood immediately changed into one of high spirits and satisfaction. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes saw the pile of essence fire. He rolled his eyes and said, "It's not safe to leave these things here. They're even coveted by others. Let me keep them for you. When you need them, I'll give you as much as you need. How about that? If you leave them here, they'll all be stolen. Xiao widened his eyes and looked at his mother. He felt that his mother's words made a lot of sense. If he left them here, they would only be stolen by that despicable sword. He might as well let his mother keep them for him. He nodded quickly. Okay. Xiao Duo laughed. Just as he was about to put them away, he saw the Huang's sword fly over from afar. It stopped above Xiao, lamenting his misfortune and angry at his failure to fight. Idiot! Is he keeping them for you? He's just confiscating them. Haven't you heard the story of keeping your New Year's money? Why are you so stupid? You're pissing me off. Now that they're in his pocket, do you think you can still take them out? Use your soybean-sized brain and think about it carefully. Stupid bird. Squeak squeak. Xiao retorted indignantly. I'm happy to. I won't let you steal them. My mother is just keeping them for me. I won't listen to your sowing discord. The Huang's sword was so angry that its lungs were about to explode. This little thing could not be reasoned with at all. He did not understand how terrible it was for a child to let an adult keep their New Year's money. Chapter 1029. That was simply like entering the mouth of a pishio. There was no return, and there was no return. This guy was so naive that it made his stomach explode. Not to mention the boss in front of him, who was simply a real pishio. There was no return, no return. You should be more careful. I won't. I'll anger you to death, anger you to death. Humph. The Huang's sword flew away again with a whoosh. It was really infuriating. Why was this guy so stupid? The seventh prince used to be smart and farsighted. How did he become a fool now, a stupid bird? It really made people speechless. Xiao Duo chuckled. He waved his hand and collected all the true fire essences in front of him, leaving only 10 for Xiao. He said, Is 10 enough for you to cultivate for one time? It's enough. These are enough for me to use for 3 days. Thank you, mother. Xiao was very happy. He was elated. He no longer had to worry about the thief's sword coming to steal him. My baby is safe. Great. He looked at the Huang's sword as if he was demonstrating. Humph, come and steal again. You can. Thief's sword. The Huang's sword saw this scene and was so angry that he turned around on the top of the mountain. I'm so angry. I'm so angry. This stupid bird. Others took away hundreds of thousands of true fire essences and only left 10 for him. He was actually so happy that he jumped high and thanked him sweetly with his little mouth. I've never seen such a stupid bird. It was even more stupid than being sold and helping others to bargain and count the money. That was simply stupid to the extreme. He didn't want to look anymore. If he looked again, his heart would explode from anger. It was better to hurry and absorb the true fire essences that he had just stolen. Cultivate well. Xiao Duo patted Xiao's head. Mother is still waiting for you to help me in the future. I will definitely cultivate well. I will definitely help mother. Whatever mother needs, you can leave it to me. I will do it all for you. Xiao proudly puffed out his chest. Good. Mother will count on you in the future. Go and cultivate. I've also started cultivating. Xiao Duo, who was now able to call himself mother smoothly, and had become more and more shameless, sent Xiao away, then took out the book of Spirit Fire Spell, which was passed down by Zhu Rong, ancestor of Magi. Xiao Chen circulated the Flaming Sun scripture and infused his Scarlet Sun Golden Sun cultivation into the Primordial Flame art. The contents of the Primordial Flame art slowly appeared. Xiao Duo read it carefully, memorizing and thinking about it word by word. He memorized the entire secret manual in his heart. After confirming it over and over again, he didn't even make a mistake in punctuation. If he guessed correctly, this primordial fire art would not exist for too long. After all, there was only one inheritor, and Zhu Wu Zhu Rong probably did not intend to spread his art everywhere. Not everyone could master it. Just as expected, after Zhuo Xiaoduo finished reading and confirming that he had memorized everything, he checked it 3 more times. The primordial flame art suddenly blazed and turned into the most primordial flame between heaven and earth. It floated in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo. In addition to Zhu Rong's primordial fire art, this primordial flame also contained the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun that Zhuo Xiaoduo had infused. However, the power of Zhu Rong's primordial fire had already assimilated, melted, and compressed the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun into one. The Zhu Rong's primordial fire floated in the air. The flames danced and burned quietly. The heat was not exposed at all. It was silent. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo could clearly sense that this flame contained a valiant power that could destroy heaven and earth. Once it exploded, it would be extremely terrifying. Right now, not even the slightest bit of heat was leaking out of the fire because Zhu Rong, ancestor of sorcery, had refined the fire and turned it into a completely controllable fire. However, if the fire was triggered by the corresponding cultivation method, it would still instantly burst out with a power that could incinerate everything in the world. It's really a miraculous cultivation method that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. Miraculous flame. Zhuo Xiaoduo gasped in amazement. Then, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate the primordial flame art. The first step of cultivating the primordial flame art was to completely disperse the power of the Scarlet Sun Golden Sun in the Dantian and turn it into the most primordial and purest spiritual power. Then, he would begin to meditate. Zhuo Xiaoduo worked hard for a long time. Based on his perception of the passage of time, almost 10 days had passed. However, at this moment, he only felt a slight heat in his dantian. It seemed that it was only at the beginning of gestation. Zhuo Xiaoduo knew that more haste, less speed. He slowly stopped, got up, and sighed softly. It's worthy of being called the #1 fire-type cultivation method in the world. Just getting started is already so difficult. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not help but feel dejected. Previously, he could basically get started with any cultivation method that he cultivated. After 1 or 2 days, he could get on the right track and even break through a small realm. In the past, when he cultivated the Flaming Sun scripture, he was able to reach the entry level very quickly. One must know that although the Flaming Sun scripture was far inferior to the Zhurong True Fire, in terms of rank, it was still one of the top fire attribute cultivation techniques in the 3 continents. However, after cultivating the primordial flame art for more than 10 days, he still could not get started. One must know that this was the result of wholeheartedly cultivating in seclusion without any distractions. His progress was really too slow. How can this cultivation method be so difficult? Is it really not compatible? Or is it because the physique of the human race and the Wu people's Zhu Wu's cultivation method contradict each other? Is this the result of forcing myself to cultivate? The more Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it, the more puzzled he became. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. At this moment, the primordial flame that was burning in front of him suddenly jumped inexplicably. Then, it revealed an emotion similar to extreme speechlessness. How far have you gotten? Back then, even Zhu Rong had to cultivate for who knows how many years to get started. You've only cultivated for more than 10 days, and you can already feel it. You actually think that it's too long. This is simply making me speechless. Stupid. Idiot. Yes, someone who can feel it in just 10 days can't be considered stupid or idiotic. At the very least, he lacks both IQ and EQ. What's so great about just cultivating talent? Yes, that's still not right. Just cultivating talent is already very amazing. After drinking a few mouthfuls of tea, Xiaoduo felt that the vitality in the room was so dense that it almost became clouds. His heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. There was no need to think about it. This was a benefit from the people's livelihood. A large amount of vitality was gathered and channeled into his room. This was to help him cultivate that. It seemed that this old man was still full of kindness to him. But he was cultivating in the Tower of Destruction, so he couldn't use this vitality. Xiaoduo thought quickly and opened the door that connected the Tower of Destruction to the outside world. The vitality inside the Tower of Destruction was thin, while the vitality outside was rich. It would be a waste not to use it. Under the contrast of the two, the rich vitality in the room was automatically channeled into the Tower of Destruction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Tower of Destruction was like a super high-power black hole suction fan, sweeping away all the vitality in the room. As for the interior of the tower, he did not feel anything. After all, the interior of the space was not small. The massive amount of vitality in the room was so dense that it was frightening. When it landed on the entire tower, it was instantly diluted to the point where there was no trace left. But this time, Xiaoduo was not greedy. As soon as the vitality in the room was devoured, he immediately closed the door of the Tower of Destruction. This vitality must have been given to him by Elder Wan Minxing for his cultivation. It was understandable that he used it. However, Elder Wan was from the Ling clan. Vitality was his source of life. Meng Qi couldn't take too much. After all, to such an old man who had saved the world, it would be immature of him if he went too far. Such a person, no matter how much respect he had, should be respected. If he were to freely absorb his life force, not to mention the karma, the enormous sin and so on, even his conscience would not be able to live with it. He came out to look at the time. Well, it seemed that only 3 hours had passed. After a short rest, Xiaoduo felt that his mind was clear and his body was full of spiritual energy. So he went in again. Continue to cultivate. Cultivate. Cultivate Zhu Wu's real fire. Cultivate the primordial fire technique. I have to cultivate as soon as possible and succeed in it. Outside, Wan Minxing walked in from the door of the courtyard. Further away, the few trees that Xiaoduo had crashed into had been restored. Even the bark had grown out. Wan Minxing looked extremely happy. His face was full of joy. Wherever he passed, the flowers and plants swayed gently, sending out waves of gratitude. The branches and leaves of the trees shook as they bowed to Wan Minxing. Countless vitality emerged from the countless plants and gathered on Wan Minxing. On the ground, all the insects had been imprisoned by the spiritual energy of the flowers and plants. They were sent far away to prevent these small creatures from disturbing the peace of Wan Minxing. The entire heavenly spirit forest had been cleaned up by the spiritual plants. There wasn't even a spider web. Only butterflies, bees, grasshoppers and other less harmful creatures could get close to Elder Wan's residence. Other creatures such as mosquitoes, cockroaches, poisonous snakes, rats, spiders, centipedes and so on. There wasn't a single one of them that had the power to attack or were poisonous. This place was indeed even more otherworldly than a paradise. The fragrance of flowers wafted in the air. Occasionally, the big trees in the sky would tilt their branches. A few big trees worked together to let the sunlight in for a period of time, shining on the grass below. Every blade of grass, every petal, contained sparkling and translucent dewdrops that when the sunlight shone, the entire forest was colorful everywhere. It was crystal clear, beautiful, and infinitely magnificent. Wan Minxing looked at this scene with a comfortable smile on his face. To him, becoming a king or a saint, being invincible in the world, and being admired by the world was not as good as this moment. Looking at these little spirits growing healthily, as far as the eye could see, the entire world was full of vitality. This was Wan Minqing's lifelong pursuit, a boundless scene. I really want to go to the human world to take a look. Wan Minqing waved his hand and returned the vitality that the spiritual plants had given him. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward to it. Chapter 1030. The reason why he had such thoughts was that Wan Minqing was attracted by the scenery outside described by Zhou Xiao Duo. During the famine years, his descendants, Purslin, had fed many people. Now, it was a flourishing age. It was great. People didn't have to starve to death. People didn't have to live so helplessly. It was great. No matter what, it was a flourishing age. If that was the case, it seemed that he had a part to play. He couldn't help but feel excited. It's a flourishing age outside. People don't have to worry about food and clothing. They live and work in peace and contentment. They don't have to worry about making a living. They do their jobs and don't have to worry about survival. It's peaceful and leisurely. What a beautiful world this is. I really want to see it. Wan Minqing looked forward to it more and more. A flourishing age. A flourishing age. Wan Minqing looked forward to it and sighed. When the great calamity comes, the flourishing age will turn into ruins in the blink of an eye. The battle of the general trend is so unkind to the small people. He looked in the other two directions, which were the habitat of the demon race and the demon race. There were many great demons and great demons who were waiting for battle. They were really looking forward to the arrival of chaos and the beginning of the great calamity of heaven and earth again. Those fellows were destined not to listen to his advice. Perhaps they could understand his good intentions, but they still wouldn't do as he said. They would still hope for that little bit of luck and hope to reach the sky in one step and return to glory. A great calamity of heaven and earth. Wan Minqing looked at the flowers and trees in the entire forest worriedly and sighed softly. A great calamity of heaven and earth. As his mood sank, the entire forest was filled with green spots of light. Countless spiritual plants sent vitality to comfort this respectable old man carefully. Although they didn't know why he was suddenly unhappy, everyone did their best to comfort him carefully. They walked to the door of Zhou Xiaoduo's room. Wan Minqing was suddenly bewildered. He had clearly injected so much life force into him, hoping to protect him. Even if there was an accident, he would be able to preserve a chance of survival. Why did he suddenly become the same as before, his life force all gone? It was no different from the other places in this forest. It was even worse. What was going on? Could it be that it was all absorbed by this kid so quickly? With a flick of his hand, a beam of green light entered the room, and the room was once again filled with an extremely rich vitality. To Wan Minqing, this kind of life force energy was inexhaustible. Who knew how vast the entire forest was, providing him with life force? As long as the plants grew here, they would be grateful for their vitality every day. It had long been overflowing. Therefore, Elder Wan didn't feel any heartache when he casually gave it away. He didn't even care about Zhou Xiaoduo's cultivation. He just sat down on the chair and his spiritual consciousness turned into countless green lights that scattered in all directions of the forest. To see if any of the trees were bullied by other trees and couldn't absorb enough nutrients. She checked to see if there were any plants that had been harmed by the monsters and demons, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and whether they needed treatment. Green lights flashed in all directions of the forest, disappearing in a flash. Some of the trees that were already injured suddenly regained all of their vitality. Their branches and leaves were flourishing. Elder Wan's spiritual avatar circled the entire forest. It was very fast, like a fleeting shadow, but it only took 2 hours. He finally opened his eyes in satisfaction. With a comfortable smile, he felt the gratitude of the entire forest, and his mood became better. With a warm smile on his face, he turned to look at the room where Xiao Duo was cultivating. He couldn't help but stare. This wasn't right. How could the vitality inside be gone again? How long had it been? Wan Minxing frowned and sensed the room. There was no one inside. Now, he finally felt that something was wrong. One had to know that Wan Minxing's cultivation level was at the peak of this world. With Xiaoduo's shallow cultivation level, it was impossible for him to come and go without a trace. The reason why he didn't notice before was because he was careless. After all, although he had a benevolent personality, in the heavenly spirit forest, there was no doubt that he was the number one. He had been at ease for too long, and that was why he made the mistake before. And Xiao Duo kept swallowing spiritual energy and couldn't see anyone. The first time was due to carelessness, but the second time was very strange. Wan Minxing walked over to take a look. He slowly spread out his spiritual power. Finally, his brows relaxed and he murmured, "No wonder. It turns out that there is a spatial and time equipment. But it's not very advanced that I can detect. This low-level spatial equipment has the power of time. Once the great calamity arises, and he uses it as a trump card, I'm afraid that he will be caught like a turtle in a jar, and everything will be for naught. Let's see how the time changes." Wan Minxing frowned and murmured to himself. He was a little relieved and a little envious. Since ancient times, the Son of Heaven's destiny has been unparalleled in the world. He really lives up to his reputation. But at most, he can only grow to the level of a sage. He can't completely eliminate the great calamity. And this Xiao Duo. I don't know if he can break the curse. But is the prophecy referring to him? Wan Minxing frowned and thought carefully. How many saints' hearts can be changed with a single thought? How many saints' hearts can be changed with Xiao Duo? How many? If it's the saint's heart, it should be the saint of saints. But this change, it's definitely someone's change. The heavenly way is incomplete, and it can't be derived. I feel that there are other reasons. Maybe I should. Wan Minxing hesitated for a long time. Finally, he made up his mind. I'll bet on this. He waited patiently. After more than 10 minutes, he heard a puff in the room. Xiao Duo came out. He panted and muttered to himself, "What the hell? What kind of broken technique is this? It's too difficult to get started. I've been practicing until my blood vessels and meridians are about to catch fire. And I'm still one step away. When will this end? When I practiced all the techniques in the past, I was able to get started immediately and succeed in a matter of days. But now..." Just as he was panting, he suddenly saw the green light flash and dissipate. Then, the room was filled with dense vitality again. "There's no need, Elder Wan." It was very rare for Xiao Duo to directly reject any benefits. He stuck his head out of the window and said, "I have no use for this vitality chi. In order not to waste it, I will use it for other purposes. If I really absorb it with all my strength, I'm afraid it will cause harm to you. Forget it, please don't throw it in here." In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiao were so angry that they rolled their eyes. How could he reject such a good thing? Was his mother stupid? Could it be that she hurt her head when she fell head first? There was so much space here, and he was willing to give it to her. What's wrong with taking a little more? Sigh, his mother was good at everything, but sometimes she was too honest. He hoped that her head wasn't really hurt. Whitey and little Jiao leaned their butts against each other, letting out long and short sighs. They really wanted to go out. But they were afraid that they would be exposed and cause trouble for their mother. The old man outside was so powerful. Moreover, his energy was almost of the same origin as ours. If we went out, the old man might have some evil intentions. He might catch us and eat us alive. That's not impossible. We must always be on our guard. Wan Minsheng smiled and said, I've been here for tens of thousands of years. I may not be able to give you anything else, but I have as much vitality as you want. He looked at Sua Xiaoduo meaningfully and said, if it were someone else, I might have to be careful and be on guard. But if you want it, no matter how much you want, I'll try my best to provide it. Even if you don't want it, I'll give you some. Today's meeting was not in vain. Sua Xiaoduo was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears and asked, why? Wan Minsheng sighed softly and said, the reason for this is that this old man wants to form a karma with you, little friend. Sua Xiaoduo was puzzled. Elder Wan, you've been here for so many years. You've already benefited the world and benefited countless people. Moreover, you've guarded the inheritance of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's primordial fire for so many years just to wait for my arrival. There's already a bond of karma between us that can't be severed. Why do you have to pay another price? And it's such a big favor. Wan Minsheng smiled. It's not enough. Not enough. Yes, it's not enough. And it's far from enough, very far from enough. Wan Minsheng took a deep breath and said, I'm willing to give you everything in exchange for a promise from you. Sua Xiaoduo frowned and said straightforwardly, it doesn't matter if it's a promise. As long as I can do it, I'll do it for you. Elder Wan, based on what you've done and contributed to the world, I won't refuse. Wan Minsheng said solemnly, the world is unpredictable. I only ask that you. If you can dominate the world in the future and destroy life with a snap of your fingers, then, let the Ling clan live. Elder Wan. Aren't you thinking too highly of me? Sua Xiaoduo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Such a lofty goal. Firstly, I don't have such great ability. I can't do it at all. Secondly, even if I'm really that awesome in the future, with the foundation between us, I'll help you even if you don't ask. Wan Minsheng said seriously, that's different. How is it different? There are too many things in the world that are unpredictable. It's especially so in the future. The future of the Ling clan may not be as you wish. The members of the Ling clan may not all be like us. How can such a big clan not make any mistakes? And you're willing to help me. It has nothing to do with karma. Correspondingly, there's no binding force. If the Ling clan offends you at that time, you don't care, don't ask, don't help, and even destroy them ruthlessly. Who can say anything? But what I want is a promise, a peace of mind. An established karma. A complete promise. To ensure that the Ling clan can continue to live in the future and that the clan won't be destroyed. Chapter 1031. Wan Minsheng spoke very seriously, as if he had foreseen that Sua Xiaoduo would achieve great things and that the spirit race would anger Sua Xiaoduo for some reason. Sua Xiaoduo could only smile bitterly. Elder Wan, you really think too highly of me. Are you so sure that I can reach such heights? Is there a need to be so cautious and nip the problem in the bud? I can't be sure, but I don't need to be sure either. Wan Minsheng said. Then why? There's always a need to invest in advance. Timely help is always more important than adding flowers to a brocade. Wan Minsheng smiled bitterly. What you said just now is exactly what I'm thinking now. I'm taking precautions. Sua Xiaoduo couldn't help but laugh, aren't you too farsighted? This is basically a bet. It's not a good habit. Wan Minsheng smiled. A bet is also a bet. Gambling was not a good habit, but since ancient times, no one had been able to escape from this word. As long as you're born as a human, you'll have to gamble in your life. Sua Xiaoduo said, as far as I know, there are many people who don't gamble in their lives. If they don't gamble, they won't lose. This bet is different from that. Wan Minqing chuckled. The bet you're talking about is a bet of wealth, but the bet I'm talking about is a bet of life. A bet of life. How? Sua Xiaoduo said, if everyone has to gamble with their lives, then wouldn't the entire world be a bunch of desperados? Not really. Wan Minqing knew very well that Sua Xiaoduo was rambling. Sua Xiaoduo was a rare genius. Having cultivated to this level, he also knew very well that his luck could not be replicated. No one in the entire continent could be luckier than him. Sua Xiaoduo's intention was very clear. He did not want to be tainted by this karma, because this was bound to be a burden in the future. Whether he could do it or not, it would be a problem. It might even be a huge problem. The promise involved an entire race, not just one or two people. Not being able to do it was also a hindrance. Although it was easy, it was a flaw in the state of mind. Others asked me to do something after I became the mayor, but I didn't become the mayor in this lifetime. It was too depressing. Therefore, Sua Xiaoduo did not want to accept it. Even though he knew that there were huge benefits in front of him, and there was a high chance that he would not be able to fulfill his promise, he still did not want to get involved in this karma. Wan Minqing understood Sua Xiaoduo's mentality very well. He was probably the person who valued promises the most. Naturally, he knew the stakes involved. Therefore, he could only try his best to convince Sua Xiaoduo to accept this karma. Young friend, the word gamble plays a huge role in a person's life. No one can avoid it. Often, when a person's fate is determined, at the most important turning point in life, everyone needs to gamble. Since ancient times, life has always been a gamble, and there are always bets. Even to the point that everyone is gambling their life and betting at every moment. Ordinary people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you may be rich and safe. If you choose the right, you may be consigned to eternal damnation and be poor for life. High officials and rich people need to gamble. At the critical juncture of life, if you choose the left, you will have a meteoric rise. If you choose the right, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. Nobles, generals, and ministers also need to gamble. If you choose the left path, you will have a foundation for eternity. If you choose the right path, you will lose all standing and reputation, and not even your bones will be left. And martial artists need to gamble even more. Looking at the life of a martial artist, they really need to gamble too many times. What they bet on is life and death. This is gambling. As long as you are alive, you need to gamble. You must gamble. Winning a bet and losing a bet, the results are different, but in fact, the root cause is the same. Ordinary people gamble. If they lose, they still have a chance to turn things around. But the higher the status of a person, once they lose a bet, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. If a martial artist loses a bet, it is even more obvious that he will die. Young friend, you are now facing such a juncture. Whether you accept my bet or not is also a gamble for you. Sua Xiaoduo murmured, it is also a gamble for me. That's right. Wan Minqing said, my chips are the benefits that you can see at the moment. For example, this infinite vitality. Even connate spiritual treasures do not have so much vitality. You can use it however you want. Also, I see that you have a paradise unique treasure that can control the flow of time. I can help you perfect it to the point that even a half-saint will not be able to detect it. Previously, you said that your progress in the witch fire cultivation method is a little slow. I can do my best to help you cultivate Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's legacy fire. In this aspect, in the entire world, in all the races in the universe, unless Zhu Wu Zhu Rong comes back to life, no one can understand the secrets of Zhu Rong's primordial fire better than me. If you still think it is not enough, I promise that I will owe you another favor. I will not refuse any request. Yes, you can use all the heavenly treasures in this forest as you wish. This is not included in the benefits that I will give you. Sua Xiaoduo could not help but be moved when he heard this. These conditions were really too good. It was too hard to refuse. Infinite vitality. Perfect the void destruction pagoda. Cultivate the legacy fire. And a favor from a half-saint. It could be any favor that he wanted. And all the heavenly treasures that were not considered benefits. Oh my God! For Sua Xiaoduo, who valued wealth as much as his life, this was simply an itch to him. Although he knew that if he agreed, it might be super troublesome in the future. But he really could not refuse such a temptation. In the void destruction pagoda, the Huahuang sword was vibrating with all its might. Say yes. Say yes. You must say yes. You must say yes. That is a half-saint, a half-saint. Xiao kept jumping. Say yes. Say yes. In the divine sense space, Bai and Jiao were jumping crazily. Mama. Say yes. Mama. Say yes. Sua Xiaoduo raised his head and rolled his eyes. He really wanted to say yes. He had already wanted to blurt out and say yes several times. But there is still the most important one, Xiaolong. I did not ask for his opinion, but this guy's obsession with benefits is no less than mine. His answer is obvious. But I'll still ask. First, I'll test the respect that I have for my companions. Xiaolong, do you think I should say yes? Sua Xiaoduo was very modest and asked very seriously. Although the greed in his heart had already risen so high that it blotted out the sky, if Xiaolong really said no, Sua Xiaoduo would still choose to refuse. Because although Xiaolong was also very greedy, and sometimes the characteristics of 9 feet higher sky were not inferior to his, this kind of spiritual creature that was formed by pure luck was often sensitive to the future or some fate to an extent that ordinary people could not imagine. Xiaolong hesitated and said, "Boss, I really want to tell you not to say yes. But you can't refuse the benefits offered by this old man. Once you refuse, it will be a great hindrance to your future achievements. If you lose today's opportunity, even if you still have great achievements, it will be delayed for a long time. But now is the time to seize every second. In the end, there will only be returns if there is effort. But the troubles in the future, besides being unavoidable, will also not be small. There will only be returns if there is effort, and vice versa." Sua Xiaoduo's lips twitched. "Your words are equivalent to not saying anything. Isn't that why I'm hesitating? Boss, you should make the decision yourself." Xiaolong said apologetically, "It's just a thought to make a choice. Right now, I'm still too weak. The change in front of us, or the choice you made in the future, is a matter of fate. I'm still far from reaching such a high level." Sua Xiaoduo became more and more conflicted. If Wan Minxing was only talking about a few people or a certain part of them, Sua Xiaoduo would not need to ask for any conditions at all and would directly agree. If it was someone else who said this to Sua Xiaoduo would have already agreed, regardless of whether he could do it or not. Sua Xiaoduo had not done things that he could do but not do. It was not the first time that he went back on his word. When the time came, he would just go back on his word. But in the face of such a respectable old man, Sua Xiaoduo did not want to deceive him in any way. If he agreed, he had to do it. If he did not agree, he had his own considerations. Moreover, Sua Xiaoduo had another understanding. That was, Wan Minxing, a powerful person with such a high cultivation level, took the initiative to make this bet with him and placed such a heavy bet. This meant that Wan Minxing must have foreseen something or confirmed something. At the very least, it was highly possible for him to reach that step. There was no doubt about this. Otherwise, Wan Minxing would not have brought up this matter so seriously. There were some things that the other party saw but he did not. This was a great injustice for the current situation. But this was a loss that he would have to suffer in silence. Because Wan Minxing would never explain the reason behind it. What Xiaolong said was that only with effort would there be rewards, and vice versa. This made Sua Xiaoduo ponder deeply. With so many benefits, his cultivation base and strength would definitely improve greatly, and it would greatly shorten the time he needed to improve his strength. Now, wasn't he lacking time? Could it be that he was destined to jump into this trap? Wan Minxing looked at Sua Xiaoduo seriously. Looking at his increasingly complicated expression, he said apologetically, "Young friend, I'm indeed forcing you to do something you don't want to do, and I even suspect that I'm threatening you. But I'm the only one left in the spirit clan in this world, and the only one who can be involved in karma with you at this stage. This bet is imperative." Just like in the past, Wu people, Gonggong and Hutu, the two great Zhu Wu, came to the spirit clan and made a promise with me to cut off a chance of survival for all living beings. I understand Elder Wan's considerations. Sua Xiaoduo took a deep breath and said seriously, "This bet, this karma, I'll take it. I agree. Thank you for your help, young friend." Wan Minxing's eyes were full of gratification and joy. He looked like he had put down a huge burden in his heart. Chapter 1032. Elder Wan, you're too polite. Sua Xiaoduo smiled bitterly and said, "Not to mention that the benefits you offered are extremely great, and I have no possibility of refusing at all. Just the fact that you've been discussing with me from the beginning to the end and didn't use your strength to force me is already a great favor. With your strength, it's not difficult to force me to agree and even make an oath to the heavenly Tao. After all, my life is now here. I have no choice but to compromise." Sua Xiaoduo smiled and said, "Elder, you're open and aboveboard. If I don't take responsibility for it, it won't make sense." Wan Minxing was completely relieved. He laughed and said, "You're the one who's open and aboveboard. I'm a little ashamed to be called that. Elder Wan, you're kind-hearted and treat all living beings well. Your merit is boundless. Everything should go smoothly. Then, it's a deal." "It's a deal." Sua Xiaoduo said, "Do I need to make an oath to the heavenly Tao?" Wan Minxing chuckled. "A gentleman's word. Why should I restrain it? What's more, my heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" Sua Xiaoduo immediately smiled. Not to mention that the Taoist heart was stable and the cycle of karma could not be violated, this trust alone was enough to make Sua Xiaoduo feel very comfortable. Moreover, Wan Minxing's words just now made Sua Xiaoduo suddenly have a strange feeling. It even made him feel that even without the previous conditions, Wan Minxing's casual words at this moment were completely worth it. "My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" Sua Xiaoduo chewed on these two sentences and felt that his cheeks were full of fragrance. It was as if the road in front of him had once again expanded infinitely. It was a kind of blank and endless road. It led straight to the boundless distance. What Wan Minxing said was, "My heart is with you and me. What's the heavenly Tao to rely on?" However, Sua Xiaoduo heard another meaning from this sentence. "This heart only belongs to me. How can the heavenly Tao rely on it? At this moment, his heart surged, and his state of mind underwent an indescribable change. It was as if it was a little different from before. An inexplicable aura of enlightenment emanated from Zhuo Xiaoduo. Wan Minxing, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, was immediately stunned. This was... How? How did he suddenly realize it? What did I just say? This kind of breakthrough in the state of mind only lasted for a very short period of time. It was almost like a flash of light. That was why it was called a flash of inspiration. Wan Minxing waited quietly, a carefree smile on his face. His state of mind had indeed improved, but this improvement would have to wait until he went out and stepped into the world of mortals again before he could truly feel the difference in his state of mind. He couldn't feel it here. This was perhaps the most peaceful place in the world, the place with the least amount of conflict. After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo opened his eyes and said sincerely, "The sky is high and the earth is vast." Wan Minxing's eyes flashed with surprise again. Could it be that this brat had sensed something from here? This was not simple. Zhuo Xiaoduo turned his head and said amiably, "Elder Wan, you just said that I have a grotto heaven treasure that can control time. How did you know?" Wan Minxing's eyes widened. This brat was good in every other aspect. His appearance was outstanding, and his comprehension was also outstanding. His temperament and wisdom were all excellent, but he was a little too practical. They had just settled the karmic bond between them, and he was already asking for benefits. He was so anxious to ask for debts that it was as if he was afraid that he wouldn't give it to him. How could he be the kind of person who would go back on his words? He inexplicably felt that there was something wrong with his promise just now. This brat's character was very clear. As long as he felt at ease, he would be able to empty this place. Now, it seemed that he really felt that taking things from this place and asking for benefits from this old man. His conscience was at ease. He had a bad feeling about this. You entered the room to practice, but disappeared immediately. This is too obvious. I didn't notice it the first time. It was probably because I had been at ease for too long, and I didn't deliberately supervise you. But you disappeared twice in a row. With your cultivation, other than the fact that you have a grotto heaven treasure on you, there is no other possibility for you to disappear silently in front of me. This is also the biggest hidden danger when you travel the Jianghu in the future and face experts. Yes, I understand. Zhuo Xiaoduo really understood. Not to mention anything else, just the pursuit of the Umno alliance this time was enough to prove it. Also, this so-called grotto heaven treasure, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard of this term. Can you tell me more about it in detail? And what is it about controlling time? Do all the so-called grotto heaven treasures have this kind of effect? Of course not. Space equipment can be roughly divided into several categories. The lowest level of storage space is small and doesn't have the ability to control the flow of time. In other words, it only has the ability to store things. This category mostly uses cloth bags as carriers, which are the so-called storage bags. The next level is the space equipment that can control the flow of time and has a relatively larger storage space. Because time doesn't flow in the internal space, it will be the same as what is put in and out. Naturally, it is more advanced. Most of them use rings as carriers, which are the so-called storage rings. And the higher level of space equipment. Well, the higher level shouldn't be described as equipment. It should be called a magic treasure. The internal space is vast and it forms a world of its own. It is another small world independent of the current world, so it is called a grotto heaven. This kind of magic treasure was common in the ancient times. Basically, every upper-level cultivator would refine a similar grotto heaven. But today, it may be relatively rare. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help being fascinated. He asked, "You said that this kind of grotto heaven was common in the ancient times. What do you mean?" Wan Minxing didn't hesitate and explained in detail. The powerful people in the ancient times opened up their own space. They thought that their own Taoist rite and cave abode were trivial and not worth anything. In fact, the rare treasure in your hand, strictly speaking, was originally a low-level storage equipment with a larger space. It could only carry people in. The main carrier and its bones was just an ordinary treasure of heaven and earth. But you used your spirit as a guide to completely refine it, and it transformed. Then, you integrated a lot of treasures of heaven and earth, and even the chi of the earth and vein of the earth. That's why it had an essential transformation, right? Sua Xiaoduo turned pale with fright. He prostrated himself on all fours and said, "You can see that." It wasn't that Sua Xiaoduo wasn't shocked. Wan Minxing's words had exposed the essence of the Tower of Destruction and even the root of its transformation. He had almost pointed out the existence of Xiaolong. How could Sua Xiaoduo not be surprised? Wan Minxing said, "These are just trivial matters. As long as you come from a certain era or have some knowledge, you don't even need to see it. You can guess it just by guessing. With your current cultivation, you can indeed appear and disappear unpredictably with this method. If you meet a weak person or someone who is not much stronger than you now, they won't be able to find you. They will only be fooled by you. However, if you meet a top cultivator, they only need to grasp the moment when you disappear to let them know where you are. Even if your rare treasure is connected to your spirit, it will be of no use. It may even be worse. Once they use the position of the rare treasure to attack your spirit, it will be beyond the capacity of your rare treasure. Not only will the rare treasure be destroyed, but your spirit will also be destroyed. Then, both your spirit and your spirit will be destroyed, and you will be doomed eternally. Therefore, in my eyes, your trump card is too fragile. This is a fatal crisis. Wan Minxing smiled faintly. "When I mentioned that I would help you to perfect it, I was actually worried that you would die prematurely. Because once you encounter such a situation, people will definitely not allow you to run out again." Sua Xiaoduo smiled embarrassedly. "Then I will have to trouble you later. I don't know what kind of improvement you will have after you perfect it." "Damn, so you are still afraid that I am not afraid of the dark and will run around looking for ghosts all day long. If I meet a tough person one day, I will lose my life." Wan Minxing smiled. "I can't guarantee anything else, but I can help you perfect it. At least, cultivators below the half-saint level won't be able to see the trace of the rare treasure you carry with you. Of course, if you meet a real dominator between heaven and earth, you will still have nowhere to hide. You still have to pay attention to this." Sua Xiaoduo said, "Why do you always think so highly of me? Is it so easy to meet a dominator? Even if I want to meet one, I'm afraid they will ignore me. By the way, how many people like this are there?" Elder Wan frowned and said, "Since ancient times, there should not be more than 10 people. Then it will be fine." Sua Xiaoduo was relieved and said, "It is not so easy to meet such people. Even if I meet one, I will be more careful." Wan Minxing laughed and said, "I really don't know if I should hope that your cultivation will progress faster or slower. After all, if your cultivation is not enough, I am afraid that you will have no hope of meeting such a powerful person in your life. But if they want to meet you, it is just a matter of thought. Let's not talk about the small talk first." "Take out your thing first," Elder Wan said. Sua Xiaoduo nodded and conjured the Void Destruction Pagoda. This thing had already become one with Sua Xiaoduo's spirit, and there was no distinction between them. It was true that a magic treasure would appear immediately with a thought. It is indeed the prototype of a spirit treasure. It is really a good treasure. Elder Wan's face was full of kindness, and he praised with a smile. Then, he entered the Void Destruction Pagoda with Sua Xiaoduo. The moment he entered, his body suddenly stiffened. Even with his heaven-defying cultivation, he was unable to control himself in that instant of rigidity. His self-restraint that spanned millions of years, and his state of mind that was originally as immovable as a mountain, all fell apart at this moment. His body stiffened and trembled, and his two eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. What did he see? What did he see? Chapter 1033. Wan Minxing couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just as he entered, a golden light flashed in front of him. Xiao flew up from the ground, circled around Wan Minxing quickly, and then stopped in front of Wan Minxing's eyes. She looked at Wan Minxing with her round eyes, full of confusion and a rare sense of intimacy. Xiao's little heart was a little confused. She seemed to feel that this white-bearded old man was quite nice, kind, and likable. From the bottom of her heart, she felt a little close. Chirp, chirp. Xiao's eyes wandered. She hesitated, flapped her wings, and flew up again. She looked at Wan Minxing from above, then flew down and squatted on the ground. She looked at Wan Minxing from below, and then turned to look at his back. Finally, she returned to Wan Minxing's eyes again and stopped in mid-air to look at him. Chirp, chirp. Xiao called out hesitantly. He didn't know her at all, but why did she feel a little close? This made Jin Jinwu a little confused. Whoosh. Xiao flapped her wings and flew to Wan Minxing's shoulder. She tried to jump on her 3 legs uneasily, and then seemed to feel that it was very safe here. Then she squatted down on Wan Minxing's shoulder, stuffed her head under her wings, and began to nap. Wan Minxing looked at Xiao in shock. Cui Xiao Duo also looked at Xiao in a daze. Except for himself, he had never seen Xiao so affectionate to anyone. She didn't even say hello to her mama, and directly landed on Wan Minxing's shoulder. Did she not see the old when there was a new person? She would be caught, hung up, and spanked. Wan Minxing suddenly turned his head and stared at Cui Xiao Duo with his deep eyes. He lowered his voice, full of shock and uncertainty, and said, Seventh Prince. Cui Xiao Duo rolled his eyes and desperately denied, What 7th Prince? She's clearly my baby. As if to prove Cui Xiao Duo's words, Xiao raised her head and called sweetly, Mama. Hey! Cui Xiao Duo beamed with delight. So it turned out that he didn't forget about his mama just because there was a newcomer. He was greatly comforted. Wan Minxing's originally stiff body became even stiffer. His face, which had never changed for millions of years, was now twitching. The muscles on his face were twitching and cramping. This old man must be senile. His eyesight had deteriorated to such an extent that even his hearing had deteriorated. Or perhaps, this was actually an illusion. This should be an illusion, right? This can't be real, right? Instantly, a disdainful divine sense came from the sky. This divine sense clearly conveyed a message. Is this old man an idiot? Why did he come in? You're just pretending to be a fool. Wan Minxing stiffly raised his head, his eyes bright. On the other side, a wisp of red light was flying back and forth in the sky. It was filled with the aura of a ruler and the might of an emperor. A pure and primitive demonic aura surged in the air. Ga. Wan Minxing suddenly opened his mouth wide. He couldn't close his eyes. Wasn't this the Huahuang sword? Her Majesty Empress Hua's sword. Why was it here? The 7th Prince was here, and so was the Huahuang sword. It was already nonsense that his eyesight was blurred. He shouldn't have made a mistake even once, let alone twice in a row. Then this place was definitely not an illusion. An illusion couldn't be so realistic. Unless it was an illusion set up by a saint, it couldn't make a half-saint like him fall deeply into it and feel lost without realizing it. But could Cui Xiao Duo be a saint? At least, not now. Wan Minsheng looked into the distance and saw two Providence mountains standing opposite each other in the distance. Between them was an almost boundless space in the distant domain. Wan Minsheng only felt endless chaos in his mind, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His body swayed, and he held his forehead with his hand. I want to be alone. Sua Xiaoduo was shocked. He hurriedly pulled out a chair and helped Wan Minsheng sit down. After Wan Minsheng sat down, he still felt that the world was spinning, and he gasped for breath. There was no other reason but that it was too shocking. How could he be wrong about the Demon Emperor's seventh prince, who had once hidden under his branches and leaves for a long time and escaped with his life? How could he not recognize the Wahuang sword, who had once commanded all the demons in the world, and where the sword pointed, hundreds of millions of demons would advance one after another without returning? Back then, when the Empress appeared, thousands of mountains bowed their heads and thousands of rivers worshipped her. None of the billions of demons dared to move. All the sovereigns respected her, and all the sovereigns of the various races bowed their heads. When the Wahuang sword appeared, the mountains and rivers moved, and the sky turned red. Back then, when the Empress appeared and moved forward in her imperial carriage, the Wahuang sword opened the way in front. The sword light illuminated the 9 heavens, and it was glorious and unparalleled. Behind her, there were countless demons who were boundless and excited, and they seemed to drown the world together with her. It was only when the Empress' interest waned and she didn't want to play anymore that she disappeared in a flash. Only then did the world regain its peace. How awe-inspiring was that? How graceful and noble was that, with the supreme demeanor of a sovereign descending to the world. Even the 2 demon emperors had to bow their heads when they saw the Empress of Nuwa. Even the 3 pure ones had to treat her with respect. The people of the world were a little terrified. Now, the demon emperor's 7th prince was here. The Empress Wahuang's sword was also here. This Sua Xiaoduo was even sent here by Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. What exactly was this kid's background? Although he had heaven-defying and peerless luck, wasn't it too complicated? The Wahuang sword's consciousness was transmitted into Sua Xiaoduo's spiritual consciousness with disdain. Isn't this that grasshopper? How come you're so popular now? There was a hint of arrogance in its tone. Sua Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said angrily, "Who told you to come out and scare people? You're just a lousy sword. What are you showing off for? Go do what you're supposed to do." The Wahuang sword snorted resentfully and said, "What kind of world is this? A lousy blade of grass can become a half-saint. How did it obtain the immeasurable merit? Don't tell me it's planning to become a saint through merit. What kind of world is this? Becoming a saint through merit is hard to come by. It's easy to disperse and disappear. It's almost the most difficult way to become a saint. Those without great luck can't get it. Moreover, their combat strength is only a so-so. Even if they really become a saint, they'll at most have the combat strength of a sage to be. But how can a lousy blade of grass do that? What kind of world is this?" The Wahuang sword muttered to itself, feeling very indignant. However, he kept repeating the words "what kind of world is this" dozens of times before he finally shut his mouth in resentment. He was so indignant that he wanted nothing more than to take over. His indignation simply overflowed into the sky. Then, with a whoosh, it flew back to the top of the Demon Emperor's Chi Meridian. It emitted endless shadows and slowly descended majestically. For a moment, there seemed to be countless golden lights descending from the sky. A sword was right in the middle, infinitely majestic and solemn. Clang! It was inserted into the top of the mountain. The sword emitted tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the world. Well, in short, it was using all its strength, regardless of the cost, to pretend to be an incomparably high-end and classy poser. Wan Minqing gasped for breath for a long time before he finally reacted. He stood up and walked forward quickly, bowing respectfully to the Huang sword. Grasshopper greets Lord 13. Greetings to Her Majesty Empress Hua. Clang! The Huang sword let out a sword cry that shook the world. It replied in the simplest way and then ignored Wan Minqing. And it was a little displeased. I hate people calling me Lord 13 the most. In the Book of Divine Weapons. I'm ranked last at every time I'm called Lord 13, I'll think of those guys in front of me. It really pisses me off. This despicable grasshopper still deliberately mentioned it. It's obviously mocking me. If I'm at my peak, I'll immediately go down and chop this grasshopper to eat. Of course, he was just thinking about it. In a martial artist's true cultivation, the one who reached the top was first. Elder Wan was respectful to him because of his past identity and his respect for Lady Nuwa. With his strength that had just recovered, if he really dared to cause trouble, Elder Wan would definitely beat him up over and over again. Therefore, after the Huang sword acted pretentiously, it didn't dare to move anymore. It couldn't let others see through it. Wan Minqing stood up. Xiao had stayed on his shoulder for long enough. It rubbed its small sharp beak on Wan Minqing's face intimately twice. Then, it flapped its wings and flew into the sky to play. With a whoosh, it turned into a grand sun true fire, jumping back and forth in the sky. It could be seen that Xiao was very excited. Didn't you see how it was dancing with joy? Although it didn't know why it was so excited, it was just happy. When it was happy, it naturally wanted to run like crazy to vent. Therefore, it jumped back and forth endlessly. Wan Minqing stood there in a daze, looking at the two mountain ranges of Providence. He looked at the boundless expanse, watched Xiao fly since childhood, and watched the Huang sword stand proudly in the wind. Finally, he let out a long breath. He muttered, could it be that the demons, Lady Nuwa, and the Wu people set up a trap long ago? Suddenly, he felt extremely shocked in his heart. When he turned to look at Cui Xiao Duo, his gaze suddenly became much deeper. Cui Xiao Duo looked innocent. Elder Wan, what do you think of my space? Good. Excellent. Great. Wan Minqing praised it 3 times. He took a deep breath and said, your space. Although at the beginning of the structure, it's not in the true flow and is extremely shallow, with the refinement of your own divine soul and the combination of so much earth qi and dragon qi, it has reached the point of perfect integration. It's very close to the state when the sky was first opened. It already has the basic laws. It's far above ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens. Good, it's indeed good. It's really good. Wan Minqing finally came to his senses and said, let me perfect the last flaw for you. Before he finished speaking, a white light suddenly rose from his qi and shot straight into the sky. This sudden white light was filled with a kind of sacred aura. It was brilliant and glorious, shooting straight into the sky. Cui Xiaoduo's mind was shaken. This aura was very neutral and peaceful, but it was also very holy and glorious. This aura seemed to have purified the entire space of the Tower of Annihilation. He had never seen the power of the divine path. Although it was his first time seeing it today, he instinctively recognized it in his heart. This was the power of the divine path. Chapter 1034. The power of the people's livelihood was filled with compassion, kindness, vitality, gentleness, and far too much positive energy. This power was not a combat power. Although it was powerful, it was not suitable for combat. However, it was the most comforting and reassuring power attribute. The white light soared into the sky, and then turned into a dome at an unknown height. It slowly descended along the outer wall of the Tower of Annihilation. The white light from Wan Minqing's side continued to soar into the sky, and then it continued to descend. Sua Xiaoduo clearly felt that the Tower of Annihilation was undergoing a huge change, but he could not tell what the specific change was. The two mountains of fortune also seemed to be changing, and they gradually shrank inch by inch. After a while, traces of purple qi appeared in the sky, but they disappeared in an instant and could not be seen. After about 10 minutes, Wan Minqing finally stopped, and the white light disappeared. Sua Xiaoduo felt Xiaolong was so excited that he almost wanted to roll over and howl with joy. "What's wrong?" Sua Xiaoduo asked in his divine mind. "The Tower of Annihilation has been reborn. It's really been reborn." Xiaolong was so excited that he could not speak properly. The power of the divine path has strengthened the foundation of the Tower of Annihilation. The Tower of Annihilation now has the foundation of immortality. I just need to slowly perfect it bit by bit, and this will be a real world. Sua Xiaoduo said, "What's the use of this? How much better is it than before? What's the use?" "It's very useful." Xiaolong said, "This is not a matter of how much, but a matter of great opportunity. This is a great opportunity." "Boss, why are you so stingy?" Sua Xiaoduo coughed. "Oh. Look at how excited you are. I didn't take it to heart at all. Why are you being stingy?" Xiaolong was speechless. "Boss, I believe you didn't take it to heart. It's just that you don't understand, so you didn't take it to heart. If you understood, you would know what a rare opportunity it is today, and what a great favor you have received. What I did just now was equivalent to helping you create the world. Laying the foundation of creation. Do you know? Do you know?" Sigh, "You don't know." Although nothing seemed to have changed on the surface, how could a world that could collapse at any time be the same as a world that could last forever? It wasn't just the difference between heaven and earth, it was the difference between heaven and earth. They were on completely different planes. Especially after being perfected by Elder Wan, no matter how powerful the person was, as long as he hid in the Tower of Void Destruction, he would not be able to detect his presence as long as he did not have the guidance of his blood essence and soul. Oh, the ignorant are truly fearless. Xiaolong was completely speechless. That kind of excitement that filled his entire soul was actually beaten down by Sua Xiaoduo's attitude and couldn't get any more excited. It couldn't be helped. This boss's eyesight was too shallow. How embarrassing! Their eyes were filled with sympathy as they looked at Wan Minqing. "Old man, you've put in so much effort, but my boss doesn't even know what you're doing. There's a saying, charming eyes are for the blind. That's what you're doing now." It was a textbook interpretation of a common saying. Nothing could be more tragic than this. After making such a big fuss, Wan Minqing, who had contributed so much, could not help but feel a little tired even though his cultivation was extremely high. He sat on the chair to rest for a while and used his divine thoughts to feel the changes in the Tower of Void Destruction. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "Okay, basically everything that should be perfected can be achieved. The effect that I said can only be better in the future. Elder Wan, you've worked hard." Sua Xiaoduo said attentively. "It's my pleasure, it's my pleasure." Wan Minqing felt that this space was even better than what he had expected at first. There were even some mysteries that even he could not see through. However, those were Sua Xiaoduo's privacy, so he naturally would not rashly expose it. And now, there was a faint feeling of awe in his heart, so it was not appropriate for him to ask. To be honest, if Wan Minqing had known that there were three-legged golden crows and Wang's sword in it, he would not have even repaired the Tower of Void Destruction. He did not even dare to mention it. If he messed up the deployment of the Demon Emperor and the plan of Her Majesty Empress, how could he bear it? But now that he had started it, he could only bite the bullet and continue with it. Xiaolong now knew that the person who came was a super powerful person that he had never seen before. He was afraid of being captured, so even though he was excited, he did not dare to show up. Not to mention that his excitement had been reduced by more than half by Zhuo Xiaoduo's blow. After a short rest, when Zhuo Xiaoduo was about to invite Wan Minqing out, Wan Minqing suddenly said, "Open the door." Ah! Zhuo Xiaoduo obeyed and opened the door of the Tower of Void Destruction. Wan Minqing took a deep breath and waved his right hand. A whirlwind suddenly surged, and then, a brilliant green light suddenly bloomed above the Tower of Void Destruction. As the green light continued to bloom, the rich vitality of the entire heavenly spirit forest surged into the space of the Tower of Void Destruction with the force of a tsunami. At this stage, the Tower of Void Destruction was not small, but compared to the vast heavenly spirit forest, it was not even 1% of it. The green vitality in front of him was so dense that it almost condensed into a substance. It was like a huge green dragon that rushed in, shaking its head and wagging its tail. It quickly spread around the Tower of Void Destruction. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The vitality was unprecedentedly pervasive. Then, Wan Minqing placed a seed of vitality in the air, and further gathered the vitality, causing the vitality to surge faster and faster. And as the vitality in the Tower of Void Destruction became richer and richer, it became fresher and fresher. Finally, Xiaolong could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. With a loud roar, his huge body rose into the air and greeted the green dragon in the air, and then he immediately took over the control. As Xiaolong took over, he deliberately controlled the dragon so that the vitality in the Tower of Void Destruction spread in an extremely uniform way. With Xiaolong's organized and regulated method, more and more vitality entered the Tower of Void Destruction, and gradually, a magnificent sea of vitality appeared in the Tower of Void Destruction. Burp. Looking at the sudden appearance of a green dragon in the air, Wan Minqing was stunned again, and he subconsciously opened his eyes wide. Originally, he had tried his best to overestimate Zhuo Xiaoduo, but he realized that he still did not really understand this little guy. This little guy, time and time again, opened his eyes. Like the seventh prince of the demon clan, like the Huahuang sword, and now that was clearly the creator dragon. If Xiaolong maintained his original completely illusory form, no one would be able to see him. Even Elder Wan might be able to sense his existence, but he wouldn't be able to see through his roots. However, at this moment, after Xiaolong merged with the abundant green vitality, he appeared in front of everyone in a real state. With color, it was simply too eye-catching. A huge green dragon, with its head and eyes, scales and claws flying, was rolling in the air in high spirits. Wan Minqing was not blind, how could he not see it? This was a little ridiculous. No, not a little ridiculous, but too ridiculous. If Xiao's three-legged golden crow was the scheme of the demon clan, Zhu Wu's inheritance was the scheme of the Wu people, and the Huahuang sword was the chess piece of the empress, then what about the creator dragon? Could it be the heavenly axioms arrangement? Crack. Wan Minqing shut his mouth, lowered his head, and a trace of heartfelt horror flashed in his eyes. It seemed that the situation was still beyond his expectations. He originally planned to retreat when the vitality in the space of the Tower of Emptiness reached a certain level, leaving the seed of vitality here. It would naturally continue to emit vitality slowly consume it, and finally form a kind of balance. But after seeing Xiaolong, he silently changed his original intention, and did not stop pouring vitality. Continuous, endless vitality from the outside was led in without interruption. The situation in front of him continued, and Zhuo Xiaoduo also sensed that the vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was now thicker than the density in the small house outside. Moreover, it was still pouring in without any signs of slowing down. Elder Wan, it's about time. It's okay. I have a lot of this. Since you have a use for it here, just take it. Won Minxing had no intention of stopping. He only knew one thing. In his life, perhaps, there was only one chance to make this kid in front of him owe him a favor. Since that was the case, then he would let him owe as much as he could. Now, the more he contributed, the better. Only with effort could there be a return. If he could make this guy feel embarrassed and unable to bear it, that would be even better. It would be best if Sua Xiaoduo himself felt very embarrassed. That would be great. Won Minxing thought too much. Sua Xiaoduo was good at everything, but something like being embarrassed had really never happened to him. That even if he was like Elder Wan, he might feel grateful and a little embarrassed, but it was hard to say what he would think later. After all, someone was a real Pishio, the kind that only ate and did not shit. The vitality in the Tower of Emptiness was so dense that it made people's hair stand on end. Bianzhou, who were originally hiding in the spiritual sense space, could not bear it anymore. There was so much delicious food outside. They wanted to eat. Mama, we want to go out. Bianzhou were very clear about their identities. They knew that once they came out, they would definitely cause a new round of sensation. In the eyes of those who knew what they were, there was no doubt that they would be the root of a disaster. But the vitality outside was really too tempting. It was different from what they belonged to. It could be said that it was completely different. The two of them were the ancestors of vitality, while the one outside belonged to the ancestors of the mortal world's vitality. There was almost an essential difference between the two, but they still belonged to vitality. If the two sides were neutralized, the two little guys could use this to achieve great improvement and change. How could they not be tempted? But the two little guys knew how powerful it was, so they did not act on their own. Instead, they begged Sua Xiaoduo. That pitiful voice was pleading to Sua Xiaoduo. It was really indescribable and pitiful. Sua Xiaoduo's heart melted in an instant. Go out, it's okay. Elder Wan is a really good person. Chapter 1035. Sua Xiaoduo really didn't feel threatened by Won Minxing. Sua Xiaoduo even felt close to Won Minxing from the bottom of his heart. He was very relaxed. This was also the first time in history that Sua Xiaoduo recognized and trusted someone other than his parents and sister Nian in such a short period of time. The only one. Even Li Chenglong, Long Yuxing, and the others took much longer than this. Therefore, when faced with the request of the two Calabash children, he agreed almost immediately. After receiving Sua Xiaoduo's permission, Bai and Jiu both cheered. Let's go out and play. Thank you, Mom. The two little guys' voices were crisp and sweet. They were indescribably happy. They somersaulted a few times in the divine sense space and then rushed out eagerly. Therefore, in the extremely shocked eyes of Won Minxing, he saw two little guys suddenly appear on top of Sua Xiaoduo's head. Round and round. Those were two calabashes. Yes, calabashes. Calabashes. I am Chow Calabash. Suddenly, Won Minxing thought of something and his eyes widened. His eyes were full of disbelief and incredulity. A rush of blood suddenly rushed to his head. In an instant, his face was flushed red, as if he was drunk. He didn't even blink his eyes. Even his breathing had completely stopped. In his mind, in a blank, there was lightning and thunder, the sky turned upside down, the stars exploded, the sun and the moon dimmed. Two calabashes. One was white, crystal clear, and filled with a kind of soft and gentle white. At first glance, it made people feel that it was extremely clean and elegant. The other was black, shiny, and transparent. It was a kind of extreme introverted and filled with a profound atmosphere. Both calabashes were very small and very tender. It gave people the feeling that these two calabashes were not fully grown yet. That was probably the feeling. As the two calabashes floated out, they happily somersaulted in the air, chasing each other and laughing occasionally. That kind of happiness, that kind of freedom, that kind of excitement, actually affected Wang Mingqing's state of mind. At this moment, Wang Mingqing's eyes were the largest they had ever been. They were shocked again and again, but they never thought that there would be such a huge shock at the end. At this moment, the shock in his heart had reached a point where he could not control it at all. He couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. Looking at the 2 gourds in the air, which were swallowing and playing in the boundless life force, he said in a weird voice, "Is that the number 1 treasure of the prehistorical era? Innate spirit root bottle gourd. How could this be? How is this possible?" Sua Xiao Duo was puzzled. "Master Wan, what's wrong? These 2. That gourd is yours." Wang Mingqing pointed at Bai and Jiu with a trembling finger. His eyes were bloodshot. It was as if he had seen something unbelievable happen right before his eyes. If one were to describe it, it would be a modern man who saw someone who had died with his own eyes suddenly walk over to talk to him in broad daylight. It was probably the feeling of seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Before Sua Xiao Duo could answer, they heard Bai's tender voice. "Mommy, I'm so happy today. Come and play with us too." Sua Xiao Duo smiled happily. "You two play first. Mommy has something to do." "Okay." Bai and Jiu answered crisply. Then, the 2 calabashes flew freely in the air. They were too happy, too comfortable, too happy. Completely different but extremely pure life force emerged from Bai and Jiu's bodies. Then, the life force in this space was swallowed by the 2 calabashes. At the side, Xiaolong was so excited that he was trembling all over. Oh. This is great. This time, he had truly struck gold. This was an unprecedented combination of heaven and earth. It was truly unprecedented in history. Even though the great god of creation, Pangu, sacrificed everything in exchange for this vast world outside, it was still far from achieving the miraculous combination of heaven and earth and the fusion of life force. No, this kind of situation, no matter which world it was, did not have such a miraculous creation. This was because heaven and earth could only be combined in a state of chaos, and there were no living beings in that state. But this space of his own had achieved it. From the beginning to the end, this space had been controlled by someone. And before everything had begun, there was already the creator dragon. Before heaven and earth were developed, there was already a huge amount of life force and fate. And now, with the addition of the connate calabash, there was an innate life force. Originally, Xiaolong thought that this kind of treatment was already unprecedented, and there was no comparison in all the 3,000 worlds. However, he had never thought that Sua Xiao Duo would be chosen by Zhu Rong ancestral magus to be his successor, and that he would be thrown into the territory of a pre-saint, who had saved the world. Xiaolong felt like his heart was about to explode from the ecstasy. Fortunately, he was just an illusion, a dragon of fate. If he had a real body, his dragon heart would have exploded long ago. He was so excited that he could not be any more excited. If Xiaolong was as ecstatic as he was, then Wang Mingqing was as shocked as he was. He clutched his chest and slowly sat down on the chair, panting heavily like a bellows. His eyes were round and straight, staring at Bai and Jiu in the sky. What was going on? Connate bottle gourds. Weren't there only 7 of them? And didn't those 7 already have owners? It was publicly acknowledged that connate spirit roots existed before the heavens were created, and after 1 trillion years of nurturing, there were only 7 bottle gourds. There were only 7. There couldn't be more. And it was said that these 7 bottle gourds, to a certain extent, were the same number as the 7 saints of the primordial era. There couldn't be more. Why? Why were there 2 more now? These 2, one white and one black, were never seen before. Were they newly born? This was completely impossible. Moreover, even if the Khanate bottle gourd vine sprouted and produced 2 more bottle gourds, Wan Mingxing would not be shocked to such an extent. But why were these 2 bottle gourds called Sua Xiao Duo Mama? The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it became. In Elder Wan's opinion, the only possibility was that the bottle gourd vine had seen Sua Xiao Duo. However, when it saw Sua Xiao Duo, it was much earlier than him. At that time, these 2 little bottle gourds had not yet grown up. However, the bottle gourd vine had already seen Sua Xiao Duo's soaring providence. Then, the bottle gourd vine did not want to miss this opportunity, so it paid a huge price and gave its children to Sua Xiao Duo to raise. However, what kind of opportunity, what kind of providence, and what kind of coincidence could make the bottle gourd vine willingly hand over its children? Those were 2 children who were still ignorant, who had not grown up, and who did not know any better. What kind of opportunity could make a mother hand over her 2 or 3-year-old children to be raised by someone else? And it was not a situation where she could not afford to raise them. Even if she was the richest person in the continent and the strongest person in the continent, such a mother, who was at the peak of the continent in terms of martial strength, wealth, and reputation, was willing to hand over her children to a young man who was nothing to raise. What did this mean? This was truly frightening to think about. This request was even more important than the one he had made today. It was definitely not the slightest bit inferior. Then he thought. The Creator Dragon. The small world that had already taken shape. The Huahuang sword was actually guarding here. The 7th prince of the Demon Emperor called Sua Xiao Duo Mama. The 2 Khanate bottle gourds also called Sua Xiao Duo Mama. All of this was abnormal, too abnormal. Hiss. Wan Mingxing suddenly realized that the investment he made today and the promise he received must be the most correct decision in his life. Unbeknownst to him, he was hugging a leg that couldn't be any thicker than this. At this moment, Wan Mingxing suddenly felt a sense of regret. He regretted his actions. He should not have made that karma agreement with Sua Xiao Duo. After making the karma agreement, as long as Sua Xiao Duo reached the agreement, then the karma would be gone, and the favor would also end cleanly at that time. But if he did not make the agreement and just made friends, the Spirit Clan would probably get much more than what they agreed on in the future. Because although Sua Xiao Duo's temperament was weird, stingy, eccentric, and sometimes made people want to slap him to death. But this guy was a person who valued friendship. In Sua Xiao Duo's heart, friendship was definitely more important than the promise of karma. He had miscalculated. Wan Mingxing sighed softly, only feeling countless emotions rolling in his heart. For a moment, he did not know what he was thinking. The Huahuang sword flew back and forth in the air. The 3-legged golden crow flew in the air to its heart's content. One moment it turned into a ball of flame, and the next moment it circled in the air. A green dragon was shaking its head and wagging its tail. 2 little bottle gourds were playing, shaking their heads happily. Today in the Void Extermination Pagoda, it was like a New Year's wedding. All kinds of happy events were gathered together. It was unprecedentedly lively. Sua Xiao Duo was also exultant. Only Wan Mingxing, the person who had made the biggest contribution to this happy event, was stunned from the beginning to the end. He only felt that his heart was filled with blood time and time again, hovering on the edge of exploding again and again, until he came out of the Void Extermination Pagoda. Wan Mingxing was still in a daze. His face was shocked to the point of numbness, and the state of being in a daze did not go away for a long time. His state of mind that had been tempered for millions of years, as still as a mountain, could not be calmed down at this moment. Elder One. Elder One. Swa Xiao Duo called out a few times. Chapter 1036. Oh, it's okay, it's okay. Wan Minqing felt that he must have no demeanor at this moment. The demeanor and grace that he had accumulated for millions of years were all gone. But at this moment, he couldn't care about anything. Because until now, he still felt that his eyes were dazzled by the colorful lights in front of him. He was almost infatuated and turned inside out. He thought deeper in an instant. Since the two black and white gourds were here, and they were so dependent on Swa Xiao Duo, it could only prove that, or it could be said that the source of the dominator of heaven and earth had recognized Swa Xiao's fate. That was why he entrusted the two gourds to Swa Xiao Duo. Looking at Swa Xiao's attitude towards the two small gourds, and even towards the three-legged golden crow, it was a sincere affection from the bottom of his heart. This was the level of the dominator of heaven and earth's chess pieces. Imperceptibly, they would be bound to you by karma that could no longer be severed. Compared to forcefully binding others, this method of manipulation was extremely costly, but the effect was minimal. The difference between the two was simply too great. Ashamed of his inferiority. Ashamed of his inferiority. What should we do next? Wan Minqing was still thinking about the two gourds, the Wahuang sword, the three-legged golden crow, and the creator dragon. These were the chess pieces set up by the mighty dots, so much so that his words were a little light. Of course, we should continue to practice the primordial fire technique. Swa Xiao Duo said, Elder Wan, let's take a break and then start. We still have to go to the Tower of Annihilation to practice. The flow of time inside is quite different from the outside world. The current Tower of Annihilation had been optimized by Wan Minqing, and its performance could be said to have improved further. Of course, the optimization this time was more in the aspect of concealment, and the progress in other aspects was relatively limited. However, after Xiaolong's integration of statistics, now 1 day outside was equivalent to 90 days in the Tower of Annihilation, which was a full 3 months. And such a terrifying progress was relatively limited in other aspects. Swa Xiao Duo was trying to figure it out as he waved his hands and lifted his feet. He imagined integrating it into his moves and waited for Xiaolong to integrate the time and space of the Tower of Annihilation. Wan Minqing leaned back in his chair quietly. His face looked calm as if he was taking a nap. Nothing was bothering him. But in reality, his heart was in a perilous situation, and he was trying his best to calm himself down. Just relying on 1,000,000 years of mental stability was no longer enough. The more Swa Xiao Duo gestured, the more he felt like he had gained something but lacked a flash of insight. And at this moment dark clouds suddenly gathered in the boundless sky. Then, thunder rumbled from afar, rolling back and forth in the sky. A deafening clap of thunder rang out, startling Wan Minqing out of his thoughts. He looked up in surprise. The tree leaves and branches that covered the entire sky sensed Wan Minqing's confusion and automatically scattered, revealing a patch of the sky. At this moment, dark clouds surged, covering the sky and covering the earth. Swa Xiao Duo, who was still moving his arms and legs, felt a wave of enlightenment rise. It seemed that he had a new understanding of his hammering technique. An impulse arose in his heart, and he couldn't hold it back any longer. With a swoosh, he took out the 9-9 cat hammer from his space ring. Then, he leaped into the air and smashed down with his hammer. Then, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer, another hammer. It felt more and more perfect. I'm too awesome. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Bai and Jiu cheered as they leaped out of the divine sense, turning into 2 streaks of light, one white and one black, that shot into the 2 hammers. For a moment, the white light and the black aura intertwined in the air. The energy of yin and yang surged endlessly in the air, and the gates of hell began to take shape. Thunderclaps continued to ring out in the sky. After a long while, an even louder explosion rang out. In reality, the shadows of two sledgehammers suddenly appeared in the sky, and then suddenly rushed down on their own. Xiao Duo was stunned. What's going on? What's going on? I'm just dancing with my hammers. You've already reached your limit by using wind and thunder in the sky. Why are you making a pair of hammers to match the situation? Are you kidding me? However, before he could think about it carefully, a pretty little girl in white appeared on the left hammer of the 9-9 cat hammer, and a chubby little boy in a dudu appeared on the right hammer. The two little guys giggled and suddenly looked up at the sky, opening their mouths at the same time. The two sledgehammer phantoms in the sky were originally rushing toward the 9-9 kitty hammer, but Little White and Little Joe opened their mouths and swallowed them into their stomachs. They were intercepted. Thunder roared in the sky as if it was angry. This is for the hammers. Why are you swallowing it? The shadows of the two gourds suddenly rushed out of the hammers. Two streaks of light, one white and one black, soared into the sky in an unprecedentedly arrogant and domineering manner, heading straight for the dark clouds in the sky. Why are you striking thunder? You're so annoying. How dare you criticize us? However, the heavenly wrath did not dare to offend them lightly. The boundless dark clouds in the sky immediately reacted. With a muffled boom, a bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for the two little guys. All of this happened too suddenly. The two little guys challenged the heavenly wrath and even approached the clouds on their own. Xiao Duo did not have time to react at all. Elder Wand finally reacted. However, even though his cultivation was amazing, he was not good at fighting. He could not react in time to such a sudden change. Seeing the lightning approaching the two little guys, he was already half a step too late to save them. Seeing the heavenly wrath and the lightning approaching, the Jiu opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning into its stomach. Then, it continued to rush up. Elder Wan, who was ready to help, and Xiao Duo, who had just reacted, were both dumbfounded. What kind of twist was this? That was the heavenly wrath, and it swallowed it. The two gourds rushed up to the sky aggressively. A strong wind suddenly rose, sweeping up the dust. With a whoosh, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rose, and the wind grew stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the sky became clear again. Only then did Little White and Little Joe land unwillingly. They let out a smug cry that said, "Don't run if you have the guts," showing off their arrogance and flaunting their might. Then, with a whoosh, they went back into the 9-9 kitty hammer, digesting the essence of the two hammers and further merging with the 9-9 kitty hammer. This. Xiao Duo was so shocked that he did not know what to say. My son and my daughter are so amazing. The lightning that represents the heavenly wrath was swallowed just like that. On the other hand, Wan Minxing's expression returned to calmness. He was not surprised at all. After all, he had a cultivation of 1,000,000 years. In an instant, he understood the reason. The heavenly wrath was incomplete, and the prehistoric spiritual treasure, the Khanate gourd, was a special existence like the illegitimate child of the heavenly wrath. Facing the incomplete aura of the heavenly wrath, not only would they not be afraid, but they would also feel a natural suppression. Everything happened so suddenly that it became a matter of life and death. Elder Wan did not have time to think carefully, so he wanted to come to their rescue. When Xiao Duo picked up the 9-9 kitty hammer again, he immediately felt that the hammer was different. It had a kind of aura. As heavy as a mountain, as heavy as a prison, and as ferocious to the extreme. It was as if a pair of weapons for battle had completely transformed into weapons for killing. Weapons of war and weapons of slaughter were of completely different natures. If it had not been baptized by the blood of countless souls, even if it was a top-grade divine weapon, it would not be born with such an aura. Casually picking it up, Xiao Duo could feel that if he used the 99 Kitty Hammer to use the 1000 Soul Hammer in battle again, its power would be improved qualitatively. It was a transformation of a completely different level. My young friend, from now on, this pair of hammers will be immortal. Wan Minsheng stood aside, with deep worry and sorrow in his eyes. His eyes were fixed on the pair of hammers, but what he saw in his mind was the monstrous waves of blood that would be smashed by the hammers in the near future. Countless heroes and warriors of various clans would be turned into dead souls under this pair of hammers. Elder Wan, what do you mean? Xiao Duo humbly asked for advice. Before the two gourds entered, these two hammers were only lethal weapons in the human world. But after the two gourds were invested in, they were already divine weapons in the heavens, belonging to the level of spiritual treasures. They will grow with the growth of the gourds. It can even be said that when the two gourds were invested in, they were already natural spiritual treasures. Their foundation was solid, and they only needed to be polished for a long time. But this time, the hammer's souls entered and were refined by the two gourds at the first moment. It means that all the conditions are now met. Moreover, each of them has a quality beyond the established. In the future, this pair of hammers will not only be a top-grade natural spiritual treasure in the divine weapon ranking list, and their ranking will not be too far behind. Wan Minsheng said earnestly, my young friend, innate spiritual treasures are otherworldly spiritual objects born from the creation of heaven and earth. They are the purest immortal objects in the world. But your pair of hammers, because of their special roots and various opportunities, have become immortal objects. At the same time, they possess the attributes of killing weapons. My young friend, I hope that when you use these killing weapons in the future, you will not act recklessly. You must always have compassion in your heart. Xiao Duo agreed and nodded vigorously, saying, yes, I often have mercy in my heart now. I always think that I can't leave my family alone. My parents are old and need me to take care of them. Nian Cat needs me even more, so I can't let anything happen to her. I have to kill all my enemies without leaving any consequences. That's the greatest mercy in my heart. Xiao Duo said sadly, now, I'm really doing things with a merciful heart. I'm fighting with a merciful heart. I pity the people of my world, who have so many worries. I pity my enemies, who have such a long lifespan. The world is too bitter and difficult. It's better to send them away as soon as possible. That's my greatest merit. Wan Minsheng was dumbfounded. You are so merciful. So you don't leave any consequences. Well, it seems that I don't really understand the meaning of the word mercy, that it's my lack of talent and knowledge. Looking at Xiaoduo's self-righteous face when he spoke, it was clear that he really thought so. This kind of self-righteousness was simply Wan Minsheng could not understand. The interior of the Tower of Annihilation has returned to normal. Shall we start practicing the elemental fire technique now? Xiao Duo was full of urgency. Okay. Cough, cough. Chapter 1037. In the outside world, 3 days and 2 nights had passed. In this period of time, a total of 225 days had passed inside the Tower of Annihilation. Xiao Duo had raised his cultivation to the peak of the God reigning stage in one go and suppressed it to the limit of 56 times. The second level of the Flaming Sun Manual, Red Sun and Golden Sun, had not only reached the peak, but was also about to enter the third level, Clear Sky Great Sun. And the most gratifying thing was that the elemental fire technique could be considered to have reached the entry level. It was worthy of being Zhu Wu's natal cultivation technique. With Xiaoduo's peerless talent and the fact that he was a cheater himself, it took him nearly a year to reach the entry level. Also, with the help of Wan Mingxing's protection, Sui Xiao Duo successfully triggered the jade pendant and channeled it into his sea of consciousness. Unsurprisingly, the jade pendant contained Zhu Wu Zhu Rong's lifetime of cultivation and battle comprehension. Sui Xiao Duo skimmed through it quickly and was greatly enlightened and shocked. It turned out that there was such a way of fighting. Now, Sui Xiao Duo had begun to absorb the elemental fire. The elemental fire that had turned into a secret manual had been completely absorbed by Sui Xiao Duo and turned into the foundation of the elemental fire technique. Then, he turned to absorbing the Zhu Rong primordial fire that had been preserved by Wan Mingxing for countless years. Even though the fire energy in Sui Xiaoduo's body had accumulated to an unimaginable level, when faced with the Zhu Rong primordial fire, he still felt that he could not control it and could lose control at any time. Especially when his fire power encountered the Zhu Rong true fire, not only did it fail to control the fire with fire, but it also instinctively shrank back, seeming to want to leap back into the Zhu Rong true fire. However, the Zhu Rong primordial fire was like the king of fire, burning neither fast nor slow. From beginning to end, it had a look of disdain. Cold and reserved. Sui Xiao Duo tried again and again, but he was still unable to fuse them. Fortunately, he had Elder Wan's guidance and knew about Zhu Rong's true fire in advance. Although he failed again and again, he did not feel depressed. Failure is the mother of success. As long as you succeed in the end, who cares what happened in the past? The history books are written by the victors. Sui Xiao Duo secretly made up his mind, after I successfully assimilate and subdue the Zhu Rong Jinhua, I will say that I have subdued the Zhu Rong Jinhua in one go. As soon as the Zhu Rong Jinhua sees my face, it will take the initiative to submit to me. It will be obedient and obedient. Let me do whatever I want, and show off my charisma as the chosen one. What's the use of ignoring him now? At that time, I'll be able to use it however I want. Sui Xiao Duo made up his mind and began cultivating again to increase his foundation before continuing his attempts. So far, Sui Xiao Duo had tried more than 10 times. Finally, he felt that they were on par. However, the Zhu Rong Jinhua was still unwilling to cooperate. It still waited arrogantly with no intention of compromising. Sui Xiao Duo felt a headache coming on. Elder Wan, this fire is too annoying, isn't it? I have clearly exceeded the cultivation level it needs. Sui Xiao Duo was very dissatisfied. It's like an ice beauty. It's clear that someone has met her requirements to find a partner, but she's still trying to be reserved. Wan Mingxing smiled bitterly. Young friend, you should really feel lucky. An ice beauty naturally thinks highly of herself. If it weren't for your fire attribute cultivation and extraordinary attainments, as well as the foundation of the Yuanhua technique, your roots would be no different from the Zhu Rong Jinhua. Even if you wanted to, you wouldn't be able to. Why do you think Zhu Rong is called the god of fire? Why is he the king of all fires and flames? Isn't it because of the Zhu Rong Jinhua in his bones? As long as you absorb this Zhu Rong Jinhua, it's the same as reaching the sky in one step. You can immediately build the Jinhua foundation, form the Jinhua embryo, and reach the starting point of Zhu Wu Zhu Rong. That's the beginning of the next generation of Zhu Wu. How can it be a small matter? How is it different from paving the way to the sky in one go? People should know how to be content. But this is too slow. Sui Xiao Duo was a little worried. As the saying goes, a woman is afraid of a man who pesters her. Sincerity can move metal and stone. You must be patient. Wan Mingxing had been led astray by Sui Xiao Duo. He even said that a woman was afraid of a man who pesters her. Sui Xiao Duo faced the Jinhua and threatened, but you've been together for more than 200 days and you're still so reserved. You're obviously pretentious. I don't like it. Love will disappear. Student Jinhua, if you continue to be so reserved, I won't be able to pursue you anymore. Zhu Rong Xinhua burned slowly, but he still ignored him. Zhou Xiaoduo finally couldn't hold back and said angrily, Elder Wan, I don't think we can follow your method anymore. The progress is too slow. If we wait for him to become more approachable and condescending, how long will that take? Well, by the way, you said that you spent a lot of effort to separate this Xinhua from his body. This is the kind of painstaking effort in your bones, right? It happens once in 12 years. If you use this method, it'll take you at least tens of thousands of times. No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fuck it. Zhou Xiaoduo gritted his teeth and rubbed his palms. Whether it's willing or not, I'm going to fuck it. Wan Minqing was shocked. Don't force it. You have to be patient and influence it bit by bit. One day, it'll fall into your arms. You have the foundation of the Xinhua, so it won't take that long. Your current progress. You'd better take a break. As he spoke, Zhou Xiaoduo grabbed the slowly burning Zhu Rong Xinhua and said angrily, How long are you going to be reserved? I'm running out of patience. I'm going to force myself on you today. Zhu Rong Xinhua burned slowly, but he was still cold and reserved. Zhou Xiaoduo was furious. Are you looking down on me? So the Xinhua opened his mouth and swallowed Zhu Rong Xinhua. He really forced himself on Xinhua. Xinhua was swallowed in one gulp. Wan Minqing burped and widened his eyes. This kid is courting death. Oh whoa. Zhou Xiaoduo let out a painful howl from his throat, but he kept his mouth shut. He used the primordial fire and true fire to forcefully compress it, and then drove it towards his dantian. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhou Xiaoduo's head, hands, feet, facial orifices, and even his back began to emit flames. Plumes of black smoke rose from the countless pores on his body. However, he kept his mouth shut and gritted his teeth, refusing to let go. Wan Minqing was dumbfounded. This was the true fury of Zhu Rong. How could he be so reckless? Were they courting death? Once Zhu Rong's primordial fire was fully ignited, it would be an extreme eruption from within his body. His entire body would be incinerated by the primordial fire, and his soul would be completely destroyed. However, when he saw that Zhou Xiaoduo's entire body was burning red, he knew that there was no turning back. He did not dare to disturb him and could only continuously inject life force into Zhou Xiaoduo to strengthen the vitality of his body and help suppress the primordial fire. To Wan Minqing's surprise, this ball of Zhu Rong's primordial fire only resisted slightly after being treated so rudely. Then, it followed Zhou Xiaoduo's meridians and entered his dantian. Nothing out of the ordinary happened throughout the entire process. It obediently followed. Then, in his dantian, all the energy began to revolve around this ball of fire and began to fuse and integrate into one. Wan Minqing watched with his mouth agape, at a loss of what to do. What was going on? Wasn't this too ridiculous? He did not know that Zhou Xiaoduo was most afraid of death. He had always adhered to the principle of not fighting a battle or taking risks that he was not confident in. It could be said that a gentleman would not stand under a collapsing wall. The reason why he was so reckless was because he had referred to Zhu Rong's lifetime of combat and cultivation experience and concluded a principle. This Lord Zhu Rong's actions could be described with one word: reckless. No matter what was in front of him, no matter how strong the enemy was, no matter how many enemies there were, no matter whether he could defeat them or not, there was only one word to describe it: reckless. Who cares? If he could defeat them, he would fight. If he could not defeat them, he would fight even more. This was the kind of guy he was. He had been reckless his entire life. If you wanted to use gentle methods to slowly coax and influence the primordial fire inheritance left behind by such a person. Although there was a possibility of success, at the very least, you would have to coax it for hundreds of thousands of years, just like Elder Juan, who had been licking his boots for hundreds of millions of years. However, there was no one like Duo who would directly cook the rice and force himself on the primordial fire before talking about the follow-up. As expected. As soon as it entered his throat, Duo felt it. As expected, this was the case. Although he said no, in reality, he had already approved of it. He just stood there and did not take the initiative. After all, Duo had the foundation of the primordial fire art and a fire attribute cultivation body. It was a perfect match for Zhu Rong's primordial fire. There was no better combination. On the surface, the two sides did not interfere with each other. However, in reality, they were already dry firewood and raging fire. They were only waiting for one side to take the initiative. Then, they would immediately become entangled in each other and hit it off. The cold and aloof demeanor would disappear in an instant and turn into lovey-dovey love. She lived a prosperous life. Although the worries of the people's livelihood were based on his experience, who said that experience was always right? In reality, if he really could not absorb it, Duo would definitely spit it out immediately. Why would he take the huge risk of burning himself to ashes to absorb it? He even directly absorbed it into his dantian. Was that something that someone who was afraid of dying would do? That would be ridiculous. Under the dumbfounded gazes of the people, Duo only took 1 day and 1 night to complete the fusion of the spiritual energy in his body and Zhu Rong's primordial fire. His red skin slowly returned to normal. However, his hair, the fine hairs on his body, and the other hairs on his lower body were all burned clean in the process. Even some skin flakes were rustling down. However, the skin that was exposed now had almost no pores on it. It was white with a tinge of red. It was different. It was indescribably likable and enviable. At this moment, even a lady with the best skin would feel inferior when compared to Duo. However, Duo was also cursing in his heart at this moment. It was not the first time that his entire body was shedding his hair. However, the shedding was so severe that he had been sitting cross-legged the whole time. All the hair on his body had turned into powder and landed in his crotch. Now, there was a small handful of all kinds of powder in his crotch. As long as he stood up, the powder would definitely fall down his thighs and calves. This was unprecedented. Chapter 1038. Moreover, no one had seen him in a similar state before. Now that he was in the space of the Tower of Emptiness, people like Elder Juan, Wohuang's sword, Xiao, Bai, and Jiao were all there. How could he let them see through his embarrassing image? How could he still have any face left? Duo practiced seriously while looking at Wan Minxing out of the corner of his eye. It was said that when people got older, they would more or less have frequent urination. Why didn't Elder Juan say that he wanted to go to the toilet? What happened to the saying that old people were shrewd? At this moment, Wan Minxing looked at Duo with burning eyes, ready to help at any time. Even if the fusion was completed, the power of Zhu Rong's true fire was something that Wan Minxing would never forget in his life. Could Duo really digest it? Could he? He couldn't be careless. After a long time, Duo couldn't help but stand up quickly, stomping his feet, and saying, "I finally succeeded. It's so comfortable." Before his voice died away, he had already walked out. Behind him, Xiao stood on 3 legs whereas Duo originally stood, looking at the gray and white thing on the ground in a daze. What was this? It seemed to have fallen out of his mother's pants. He tilted his head and looked at it for a long time, but he didn't understand. So he pecked it with his sharp beak. Baw, baw, baw. Xiao vomited crazily. Wan Minqing almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It was a saying that old people were shrewd. How could he not see what this kid was doing? This anecdote was enough for him to laugh for a while, or maybe for a lifetime. However, this little thing, this little embarrassment, was the most normal and common thing in the process of marrow cleansing after a great improvement in cultivation. For example, when demons shed their skin and evolved, they directly left the entire surface of their body. In comparison, the little residue left by Sui Xiao Duo was nothing. It was just a manifestation of his shallow cultivation and shallow knowledge. However, the matter of the seventh prince eating the residue could make him laugh for a while. Wan Minqing was really kind. He acted like he didn't see anything and just walked over. He even congratulated him happily and hid this joke in his heart. Sui Xiao Duo heaved a sigh of relief. If it were Li Chenglong and the others, they would probably treat this as a joke and laugh at him for a few years, or even for half of their lives. Elder Wan is still the honest one. Touching his bald head, Sui Xiao Duo was still feeling melancholy. Since the last time he had become bald while practicing martial arts, he had been bald from time to time. Moreover, his whole body was bald from head to toe. It had only just grown out. And all kinds of hair. Cough, it had only been a few days, and it was all gone. Sui Xiao was most melancholy was that even his eyebrows were gone. Of course, his eyelashes were gone as well. Needless to say, it was difficult to blink his eyes. Sui Xiao Duo sighed from the bottom of his heart. This was probably the price of success, the trouble of growing up. I'm bald again. There's a description, like a peeled egg. That should be the description of me. Now, I'm completely Azure Dragon. Thinking of this, he suddenly had a thought. I wonder when Nian Cat cleanses her meridians and marrows. I can't think about it, I can't think about it. When the time comes, I'll find a chance to sneak a peek. Roar. Sui Xiao Duo suddenly became happy. He squinted his eyes and smiled wretchedly. Next, Sui Xiao Duo continued to stay in the space of the Tower of Annihilation and continued to cultivate. At most, he would come out occasionally to chat with Wan Minqing and drink tea. With such a high efficiency of cultivation, his strength naturally continued to grow. Following the initiation of the elemental fire art, Sui Xiao Duo discovered that the growth of his strength was like heaven and earth compared to before. It was impossible to compare. It was as if he was going up a level every few days. Coming out to drink Elder Wan's tea every day also made him feel more and more awake and clear-headed. What's more, Sui Xiao Duo felt that his impending breakthrough in cultivation made his ambition grow bigger and bigger. On this day, he suddenly thought of something. It seemed that there was no better opportunity than now to integrate the creation plate. Through these few days of free time, Sui Xiao Duo suspected that Elder Wan might be the most powerful person in the astral souls at this time. Maybe even above the Flood Witch. Then, if he didn't take advantage of the fact that such a powerful person was beside him, when would he complete the integration? Elder Wan, you're experienced and knowledgeable. I have something that I need your help with. Sui Xiao Duo smiled flatteringly. What? This. Sui Xiao Duo took out a corner of the creation plate. I want to integrate this. The creation plate. Wan Minqing originally thought that he had been shocked to the extreme these few days, especially after the 2 gourds. What else could this kid have that could surprise him? It was already an innate spiritual treasure, so it had to be an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure. What else could there be with an upper-grade innate spiritual treasure with the slaughter attribute? But the moment he looked at it, another unexpected thing appeared in front of him. There are 4 extremes in the sky, and the Azure Dragon guards the east. This is the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate. You said you want to integrate it. Then you have the main plate of the creation plate with you. Are you serious? Wan Minxing's eyeballs were completely hanging out of their sockets. Yes, his original body was a spiritual plant, so it was understandable that some of his actions were beyond the scope of human abilities. Wasn't the main plate lost after the great god Pangu created the world? How did it fall on you? Wan Minxing wanted to roar. What was going on? Can someone tell me? What kind of luck did this kid have? To put it bluntly, if there were any news about the master plate, the Azure Dragon Sage and the others wouldn't have had a chance to hold a corner of the creation plate. The Azure Dragon Sage and the rest were the top experts in the world, but compared to the level of the creation plate, they were still one level lower. It should not have been their turn to hold such a creation plate. But everyone knew that after the great god Pangu created the world, the creation plate was already lost and incomplete. This was the same logic as the world being incomplete. Innate cardinal treasures were the limit of spirit treasures. Anything that surpassed the level of innate cardinal treasures could not exist, and even if it did, it would not be complete. When the Tao ancestor created the 3,000 great Taos, the creation plate was completely broken. After that, the various mighty figures knew that the 4 great demon guardians had obtained the fragments of the creation plate, but no one thought much of it. Even if the fragments were all present, the combined power of the 4 pieces was only at the level of an ordinary innate spiritual treasure. It could be completely resisted. It was completely harmless to the real mighty figures. In fact, if they snatched it, the other mighty figures would think that they were plotting something. The gains did not make up for the losses. With Wan Minxing's cultivation, he naturally understood this. But even if Wan Minxing smashed his soul, he would never have thought that at this moment, the legendary main plate of the creation plate, which even the Tao ancestor could not find, would appear right in front of him. This guy actually said that he wanted to merge with the creation plate. Since Sui Xiaoduo said that, apart from having a corner of the Azure Dragon Sage's creation plate, Sui Xiaoduo also had to have the main plate. This part could be said to be as obvious as a louse on a bald head. Wan Minxing clutched his chest, feeling as if he was about to have a heart attack. His mental demons rose and fell, floating. There were several times when he wanted to raise his hand and kill Sui Xiaoduo to obtain such a huge treasure. Elder Wan, give me a straightforward answer. Can you merge it or not? The ignorant Sui Xiaoduo continued to ask. I can't merge it. Wan Minxing finally gasped for breath. He reached out and grabbed Sui Xiaoduo's shoulder, saying anxiously, you must remember that before you reach the Skysoar realm, you must never try to merge it. That's the danger of returning to the primal chaos in an instant. Do you understand? Sui Xiaoduo was startled. Ah. But my cultivation has improved greatly. This isn't a matter of cultivation. It's something that can only be merged after reaching a certain realm and resonating with the heavenly Tao to a certain extent. Wan Minxing felt extremely conflicted. This thing isn't something that can be merged at will. Also, in the future, don't take it out casually. Do you understand? At the end of his words, there was a hint of ruthlessness in them. It wasn't that Elder One wasn't tempted by such a supreme treasure. Given his cultivation, if he could control the complete creation plate, he could go anywhere in the world. After all, he had cultivated for 1,000,000 years. His mind was pure and upright, and he had let go of his greed and obsession. I understand. Sui Xiaoduo was startled by Elder Wan's reaction. Although he didn't understand the logic behind it, he instinctively believed Wan Minxing. Wan Minxing couldn't help but sigh. What was the path of fortune? This was the path of fortune. If Sui Xiaoduo insisted on merging with the creation plate, Wan Minxing could only stand guard for him. What awaited Zhuo Xiaoduo would be the destruction of his physical body and soul, consigned to eternal damnation. However, he was very obedient and resisted. If this wasn't the path of fortune, then what was? This kid was really too careless. How could he take out something like this so casually? But he probably didn't know what it was. In that case, I'll break through to the profound returning realm first. Zhuo Xiaoduo was very open-minded. If he couldn't merge with the creation plate, then so be it. Alright, I'll stand guard for you. Remember, this thing is not allowed to appear in front of anyone in the future. Wan Minxing warned solemnly. Yes, I'll remember. Don't take it out in front of me. Aw. What aw? Seeing this thing, even a saint would turn into a bandit. Damn it. Zhuo Xiaoduo was scared. A day later. Zhuo Xiaoduo walked out of Wan Minxing's courtyard quickly. After a few steps, he realized that the environment behind him had changed. When he looked back, he couldn't see where the small courtyard was anymore. Thank you. Zhuo Xiaoduo bowed deeply in the direction of his memory, then turned around and strode away. Chapter 1039. On the last day, Zhuo Xiaoduo successfully broke through to the mystic returning realm. Apart from the 50 caddies of spirit tea, Wan Minxing also gave Zhuo Xiaoduo a supreme-grade spirit spring, which he moved into the Void Extermination Pagoda. After all, there really wasn't any water-type phase in the Void Extermination Pagoda. Wan Minxing asked Zhuo Xiaoduo how many of the seeds of the wishful vines he wanted. Zhuo Xiaoduo chuckled and said that he would not mind having more of such good things. Wan Minxing waved his hand and gave him a sack full of them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was stunned by Wan Minxing's generosity. So many. This was at least hundreds of thousands. I mean, it's not that I wouldn't mind having more, but this was too much. Where do you want me to plant them? However, when he asked for them and Wan Minxing gave them to him, he could still say, it's too much, I don't want so much. Perhaps other people could do such a thing, but a real Pishio like Zhuo Xiaoduo would never do it. He simply kept them in the Tower of Annihilation. Anyway, I have a world. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just hundreds of thousands of wishful vines? In short, Zhuo Xiaoduo happily took them away. However, as soon as he left the small courtyard, the courtyard disappeared. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had taken too much. Was Wan Minxing unhappy? But these were not what he wanted. He gave them to him voluntarily, thought he could not figure it out. It was better to keep moving forward. Little did he know that Wan Minxing was standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's door at this moment, feeling sad. This old man had never experienced the pain of parting in his life. This time, Zhuo Xiaoduo had stayed here for so long that the old man was already used to his company. In particular, Zhuo Xiaoduo was usually smart and well-behaved. Wan Minxing had long liked him to the bone. If it wasn't for this shred of kinship, Wan Minxing might have really made a move that day. Therefore, the moment Zhuo Xiaoduo left, Wan Minxing felt a lump in his throat and almost cried. In order to quickly cut off this worry, he hurriedly activated the formation to cover himself and the small courtyard. At this moment, he was standing in front of Zhuo Xiaoduo's door. He was so sad that his body was trembling, his eyes were red, and he was sighing deeply. I understand that you can't stay here for long. You still have a bright future ahead of you. But you can't control it. Wan Minxing muttered to himself, I only hope that after you leave this place, you will be safe and your life will be smooth. Then, he let out a long sigh, which lasted for a long time. What's the use of cultivation and mental state even if you're promoted to the sage to be level? I still can't control my feelings. At this moment, Elder Juan was like an old man watching his grandson go out to work. Although he was reluctant, he still regained his rationality. When a child grew up, he had to go out. A baby eagle had to learn to fly by itself. Sigh. Juan Minqing's eyes were full of reluctance and longing as he looked at the facilities in Zhuo Xiaoduo's room. His Taoist heart, which had been silent for millions of years, suddenly yearned for the outside world. It was unprecedentedly strong. Perhaps, I really should go out and take a look. Juan Minqing muttered to himself. However, His Majesty Spirit Emperor said that he would never leave this place. Zhuo Xiaoduo, on the other hand, didn't feel too sad about parting. After all, in his opinion, Elder Juan wouldn't leave the Heavenly Spirit Forest, and his cultivation was still so high. He just had to wait until he had the time to come and see him again. But now, he was really anxious to return home. He wanted to find a place with some signal and send a message to the outside world. I'm still alive. Don't worry. Especially to send a message to Sister Nian. Nian cat, I'm fine. Wait for me. The most important thing is that I'm already at the mystical returning realm. I can almost suppress you. Mystical returning realm. Roar. Roar. Along the way, the trees and grass in the forest all made way for him. There were even a few trees that turned into giants, standing there and waving their hands. This god of plague was finally gone. Zhuo Xiaoduo was unprecedentedly happy, but also extremely anxious. He stepped out of the boundary of the Heavenly Spirit Forest as if he was flying. After walking a few thousand miles to the east, Zhuo Xiaoduo slowly found that the trees here were a little different. First, it slowly thinned out. Then, he found a bottomless ditch. After crossing this ditch, he saw that the trees became denser from sparse to dense again. However, the trees on the other side of the ditch clearly showed signs of darkening. They were overflowing with an indescribable aura, which made people feel uncomfortable from the inside out. Zhuo Xiaoduo instantly remembered the demonic aura he saw when he first came. Although it was slightly different from what he felt now, it was almost the same. The aura he felt in front of him seemed to be more evil, more brutal, and more unpleasant. As he walked forward, there were more and more snakes, insects, spiders, ants, flies, snakes, and centipedes under his feet. Occasionally, there were large groups of scorpions, holding their large pincers, rampaging in the dense grass. Then, there were centipedes that were 1/2 meter, 1 meter, and even several meters long, swimming past. Zhuo Xiaoduo was like a wisp of smoke, flashing through the forest and above the grass. He didn't dare to land on the ground. He knew very well that the direction he chose at random should be the territory of the demon clan in the Heavenly Spirit Forest. Elder Juan had been in the Heavenly Spirit Forest for 1,000,000 years, so there must be some super experts among the demons nearby. Even if he made another breakthrough, he still wouldn't dare to cause trouble. If he didn't have to, then it would be best if he didn't have to. The most important thing now was to go out, find a place with a signal, and send out the message quickly, so that his family wouldn't be worried. Then, he would think of a way to sneak back from the Umno Alliance. That was the most important thing now. Even if others provoke me, I won't fight back. I won't fight back when they hit me, and I won't talk back when they scold me. My first priority is to go back safely. Oh, yeah. Let's do that. Zhuo Xiaoduo made up his mind and sneaked forward. At this moment, inside the forest, there were countless strange-looking guys, who were jumping for joy. The smell of good wine slowly filled the air, and many of them were splashed on the ground. The smell was naturally more pungent. The news that Immerse brought back had been reported. Now, the demon clan here was celebrating wildly. Although Juan Minqing said that they were not allowed to go out, and that they were not allowed to come back. But This also indirectly proved that the Great Era was about to arrive. The various clans were really about to return. In 3 years, at most 5 years, all the clans would be back. What a short period of time. We have been here for thousands of years, and our seniors have died batch after batch. The clans are getting stronger and stronger, and the original elders are now very powerful. What are we afraid of? When the Great Era comes, we will immediately kill our way out. To welcome the return of our clans, with cooperation from the inside and the outside, isn't that a great achievement? Maybe the whole world will be under the rule of the Demon Clan. The news was confirmed, and that was the best thing. Seize the time to practice and improve. All the clans must do this. When our clans return from the mainland, everyone's cultivation must be higher than now. In the future, maybe we will all die, but it is also possible that we will become heroes, and become the glory of the Demon Clan. We will trample the whole world under our feet. Let the glory of the demon ancestors shine on the whole world. Heaven and earth. Only the demon reigns supreme. Only the demon reigns supreme. Amidst the waves of cheers, everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. At this moment, a leaf swayed, and a black smoke suddenly rose from the ground. Then, he transformed into a strangely shaped demon and whispered a few words to him. Human. Are you sure? From Elder Wan's side. Should be. Let's go and take a look. Do we need to report to the boss and the rest? This. No need. The boss was very angry during this period of time, and it was this news that made them happy. However, they immediately went in and seemed to be dealing with something. It is said that the boss caught a human woman 2 days ago. Don't ask if you don't know. Yes, I am wrong. Let's go and take a look. Countless demons, in the direction of Suashao Duo, screamed and roared, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Humans. Many demons were born in the demonic spirit forest and had never seen a human in their entire lives. Now, they were finally going to see a living one, so excited, roar roar. It is said that human blood is unusually fresh and sweet. I don't know if it is true. But only one came, I don't know if it will be my turn to taste it. The demons swarmed. Suashao Duo was fully focused and continued to move forward cautiously, shuttling through the forest, flying at the lowest altitude. Since he knew that the demons also had strong masters, he did not dare to be rash, and flew at a high altitude. The boundless demonic aura in the sky was like a big net, directly covering the whole space. Of course, this was to defend against the high-altitude meteorites, but also to prevent the enemy from invading. Moreover, those who could set up spiritual senses in the sky were all big shots of a certain level. Suashao Duo admitted that he could not afford to offend big shots of this level. Although my strength has improved greatly, and compared to when I was besieged and chased in the Red Sun Mountain range, my strength has improved by several times, but although at that time I was just a mere god reigning, and now I am a high and mighty mystic reigning, but that I am still only invincible among the younger generation. I am still far from those old guys. Well, I seem to be invincible among the younger generation, and no one can defeat me, right? Then, what is the specific meaning of these days of improvement? Is it just for the promise with Sister Nian? If I can fulfill the promise, it is not bad. I have long wanted to fulfill it, even in my dreams. Dong dong clang. Nian Nian cat, I am coming. Chapter 1040. But that was a matter for the future. Now, to be safe, he chose to keep flying at a very low altitude in the forest and continue to pass through. Suashao's plan could be said to be extremely wise. The kind of peerless experts that he needed to avoid, if they did not know about him beforehand and targeted him, they would not appear at such a height and on such a route. Therefore, as long as he moved fast enough, he would be able to pass them safely. Even if he encountered the demon clan unluckily, they were just some small fries at most. If there was a conflict, with Swishaoduo's means, he could open a path in an instant and pass through directly. By the time the experts on the other side reacted, Swishaoduo would be very likely to be far away, or even out of the demon clan's forest. After all, his speed was fast enough, and it didn't take him too much time to leave the Heavenly Spirit Forest. The Heavenly Spirit Forest, the Demon Spirit Forest, and the Demon Spirit Forest were the same size, so there shouldn't be a big difference between them. Swishaoduo was as light as the wind and as fast as lightning. Even though the forest in front of him was getting denser and denser, and the surrounding atmosphere was getting darker and gloomier, he was still calm and composed. He was even a little bit happy about the current atmosphere. The denser the area, the less people there were, and the safer he would be. Naturally, it was worth being happy about. However, the inexplicable, treacherous atmosphere around him was getting thicker and thicker. There seemed to be a commotion in the distance. Swishaoduo snorted in his heart. Without saying a word, he launched the Tianyuan escape skill and rushed forward at an unprecedented speed. Boom. In the air, a dense turbulence suddenly spread out. Swishaoduo, who was in the state of galloping, hit an invisible air shield head-on. His speed at the moment was the limit of his body's movement. It could be said that he was extremely fast. Coincidentally, his strength at the moment was also outstanding, and it was difficult for anyone at the same level to match him. With the combination of extreme speed and great strength, he broke the air shield in front of him immediately. No, it should be that it exploded directly. Under the impact, the entire chi barrier was unable to resist at all. It exploded like a bomb. Boom! Inexplicable and extremely unpleasant curses came from all directions. However, in front of Swishaoduo's eyes, it instantly changed its appearance. Beneath this layer of protection was an illusion array. The original purpose of this illusory formation was to cover everything inside. As long as the illusory formation was still there, it would be no different from the forest outside. However, Swishaoduo's sudden appearance caused a huge commotion. While countless people were cursing, there were also many people who jumped up in excitement. Got it! Got it! Ha ha ha! This method is indeed effective. At this moment, Swishaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking towards the source of the sound, he saw a few demons jumping and shouting. As expected, I knew it. With my spiritual sense, how could I be so careless as to bump into the barrier? Someone was definitely messing with me. Swishaoduo sighed as he looked at the excited crowd of demons surrounding him. How could he not know that today's matter would not be settled peacefully? He was destined to not be able to leave as smoothly as he had imagined. Everyone. Do you understand? Swishaoduo cupped his fists, brimming with the demeanor of a refined gentleman, genial and amiable. Damn! Why does this human speak the same language as us? Sigh. This is so strange, so strange. Damn! This human only has 2 eyes. How ugly! Look at me. I have 13 eyes. 2 noses. 7 ears. How handsome. Damn. I can understand him. I can actually understand him. Is this a human? I've learned something new. So this is what he looks like. It's said that human flesh is fragrant and blood is sweet. Hurry up, let's try it. Let me have the first bite. I'm going to taste it for everyone. Get lost. Do you know where to bite first? What if you break it? You don't understand. If you want to eat a human, you must first pull out the latch below him. This demon was very experienced and said seriously. Really? There's such a thing. Latch? I've never seen it before. I really want to see it. That's right, that's right. Gradually, there were already several thousand of them. There were also many demons in the distance who had heard the news and were rushing over in excitement. Really? Humans? They're here. Let me see, let me see. I finally see a living human today. That's a legendary delicacy. Swishaoduo's forehead was filled with black lines. Were these demons? This group of people had never seen a human before. At this moment, a dignified voice said, "Everyone, disperse. Disperse. What's with all this noise?" As the demons in front of them parted like waves, 3 demons who were much taller than their peers appeared. The one in front had 3 heads and a total of 21 eyes. Each head had 3 eyes on the left side of the face, 3 on the right side, and 1 eye between the eyebrows. 3721. Yes, that's right. 3721. Each head had 3 noses. From top to bottom, they were small nose, middle nose, and big nose. In total, there were 9 noses. In total, there were 3 mouths. Of course, there were also 18 ears. The 2 on the left and right. Ahem, there was no need to introduce them one by one. Anyway, they looked different. They were all weirdly shaped. The number of eyes, noses, and ears were also different. If their heads were not big enough, how could they fit so many things? The 3 demons stepped out of the crowd. They had big feet and wore animal skins. Their hair was messy, but there was a huge black bear skin on their shoulders. The black bear skin was really big. It was like a cloak on their bodies. At this moment, they actually looked quite stylish. But that was all he had. The leader of the demons with 21 eyes looked at Swishaoduo majestically. The 3 mouths opened together and said, "Human, you trespassed into the territory of the demons. Do you know that you're guilty? What are you here for? Why don't you tell us now?" His words were very polite, but the moment he opened his mouth, he labeled Swishaoduo as guilty. Swishaoduo was not offended. He breathed a sigh of relief. Being able to communicate was the best thing. He cupped his fists and said, "I was lost for a moment and accidentally entered your precious land. Please forgive me." Lost for a moment. The demon's eyes flickered strangely. You were lost for hundreds of thousands of miles. Human, you're very dishonest. Swishaoduo coughed and said, "I'm not familiar with this place. I was flustered and lost my way. But it was really an unintentional mistake. I didn't have any bad intentions towards your precious land." The demon couldn't help but stick out his tongue and lick the corner of his mouth. He looked like he was drooling. Even though he pretended to be serious and wantonly made up words, the malice in his eyes had already revealed his thoughts. This human is full of nonsense. None of his words can be trusted. The demon said majestically, "Demons, take this person down." Then he said, "I'll taste it first." Before he finished speaking, he was already the first to rush forward. His previous words were filled with certainty and sonorous. He was clearly creating an excuse for himself. In his bones, he was just lusting after Swishaoduo's body. These words were all for the people around him to hear. What he meant was, "This guy's crime was decided by me. You're not allowed to snatch it. This guy is mine. His entire body is mine." As for what the human in front of him was thinking, was that important? That wasn't important. With a click, the demon opposite had already rushed forward. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws. He bared his teeth and looked like he was going to swallow Swa whole. Swa frowned. The strength of the current leader of the demons was not considered too high among humans. He was only at the level of nascent soul. And this kind of strength, to Swa could not even be considered as. Ha! You want to eat me? Swa stretched out his hand and caught the demon who was charging at him. He pressed the demon's head on the ground with one hand like a steel claw. Then, he casually rubbed the demon's head on the ground and said while suppressing his anger, "I didn't want to fight with you." Damn, this human is so fierce. The demon next to him shouted, "Hurry up and report it. There's a spy. A human is attacking." Behind him, a demon took something out from behind his butt and blew it. It turned out to be a whistle. Tick, 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 tick. The whistle was blown. The delicacies are right in front of us. The first to move gets it. Everyone, let's attack together. The demon roared as he took out a spiked club. Seeing that the strongest demon was being held down by the human and rubbed against the ground, the demon knew that this guy was not to be trifled with. He instinctively chose to gang up on him. So what if you're strong? One demon can't beat you, but a group of demons can't beat you. There was a saying that went, "A real man can't fight his way out of the village. Let's fight together." Hearing this, Swa temper flared up. Do you really think I'm a sick cat if I don't show my power? Murderous intent rose in his heart. This time, he didn't even use the cat spirit sword or the hammer of trial. He just took out the 9-9 kitty hammer. Two shadows flashed and the two hammers disappeared into the 9-9 kitty hammer. Two rays of light, one white and one black, entered separately. Bai and Jiao were in place. This meant that the new 9-9 kitty hammer had appeared for the first time in its strongest state. It should be now. Demon World. Hey! Swa swung his hammer casually. I just wanted to pass by. I didn't want to kill more people. You bunch of idiots just have to court death. Who can you blame? Boom! The 30 to 40 demons at the front were unable to resist. Without exception, they were all smashed into pieces and flew out. Blood rained down from the sky, and the sky was covered in a bloody mist. You don't even have a space ring. Tell me, how poor are you now? How dare you try to rob me? If I were you, I wouldn't have the courage to live. Boom! Another 30 or so demons were sent flying. Just like the demons before them, their corpses were completely obliterated, and their brains were all on the ground. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.